We were discussing about this hiding not allowing. ID workshop. Sir, and this small letters, na? Okay. Dance. Song itu man. మీకు కనపడితే మేడం చెప్పండి. అది నాకు పంపించండి.
No, madam. Yeah, the 14th program is not there. Actually, no, actually, the 14th program is, I think so. It's not only great. Okay, I'll
So okay. అది నేను తీస్తాను. రెండు ఉన్నాయి కదా ఎందుకని దాన్ని
Good afternoon, dear parents. Students, hope you're all doing good. We are expecting the guests in a while, so we will start the program when they arrive. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Life is nothing less than a magic. Wonderful morning is already over, and here is an incredible afternoon, for which you need the childlike innocence and curiosity to see it. As the Cretians are all set on this National Science Day to commemorate C.V. Raman and transport you into a plastic-free environment. Life is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of mind, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this afternoon a blessed one, I request Mr. Saumitra Singh Thakur, the host and principal of TCPS Venus, to guide the dignitaries to evoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. We also have with us the students of TCPS Orbit with a prayer song seeking the choicest blessings of the Lord for today's event. TCPS students, Venus students, can you please come on to the dais? Thank you, dear children, for spreading the knowledge and wisdom, and that was really a great start for today's event. May I now request Mr. Samitra Singh Thakur to welcome the gathering.
A happy afternoon to one and all present here. Honorable expert speakers, Sri Jayesh Ranjan IAS, Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Departments of the Telangana Government, Dr. Srinivas Kesavarappu, Member of the Expert Advisory Committee, WMT, in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Professor K.V. Jayakumar, a professor from the Department of Civil Engineering at the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, Ms. Samyukta Ikkirala, an engineer by training and a senior innovation fellow at the Telangana State Innovative Cell, respected Chairman of AFI, Mr. Bolineni Sineha, Honorable Vice Chairman, Mr. T. Padurangachari, respected Managing Director, Mr. Narendra P. Edbuganti, Deputy Director, Mr. Sandeep Bolineni, Deputy Director Finance, Mr. Raghavendra Chari, Management Executive, Ms. Navina Edbuganti, Management Executive, Ms. Sagarika, CEO, Ms. Jeevani, Head Academics, Dr. Jayashree Nair, Academic Officer, Ms. Anupama, HR Head, Mr. Sridhar, all my fellow principals from the group of schools, team members from the corporate office, Vice Principal, Ms. Preeti, Coordinator, Ms. Rose, all the teachers of the Preet family, honorable parents of the participating students, all the staff members of TCPS Venus Campus, Students Council member, and all my dear students. With immense pleasure, I, Samitra Singh Thakur, Principal of TCPS Venus, welcome you all to this auspicious event, Science Symposium, on the occasion of National Science Day, today on February 28. National Science Day is celebrated on February 28 every year across India. The National Science Day commemorates the invention of the Raman effect by the great Indian physicist Sir Chandrasekhar Venkata Raman. On the same date, Sir Raman had invented the Raman effect in the year 1928. For his scientific contribution, Sir Raman was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in the year 1930. By celebrating this day as National Science Day, we show our dignity and respect to the famous Indian physicist for his contribution to science. The main objective of National Science Day is to bring awareness to people about the importance of science in our daily life and to encourage people by popularizing science and technology. With the same objective today, we have organized this science symposium with a no plastic or reuse plastic theme. Today, our young budding scientists will present their innovative ideas of no plastic or reusing plastic. The real growth of a country was in the heart, minds, bodies, and souls of young men and women of the country. With these words of Sir C.V. Raman, once again, I welcome you all to this Science Symposium at TCPS Venus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, dance's nature and the hidden language of the soul. Dances are divided by different forms, but ultimately united to the form of the Lord with divinity and godly verses to invoke his presence before we commence any event. I call upon TCPS Mercury students to invoke his gracious presence on this day. May I have you on the stage, dear children? Thank you, dear children, for filling divinity in the arena. May I now request Dr. Jayashree Nayak, Head of Academics, to address the gathering. Hearty welcome to our guest of honor today, Dr. Srinivas Garu, who is the VP and Head of Technical Services at Ramki Endaru. Beautiful afternoon to all those young paper presenters sitting here in the auditorium, and all the exhibit presenters, sitting out there. To all the wonderful teachers, the SNT members present here, and all the other school heads and our dearest parents. So today, being Science Day, we thought we must do something to inculcate scientific temper in our young children, and which is how this entire symposium is happening here. So when we talk about the theme of today's symposium, and I think this is one of the first, of its kind symposium for youngsters, that is for school students, where school students are presenting papers. So I think kudos to all of you, and I think we need to pat ourselves for doing this. So the symposium theme today is Science and Sustainable Development Goals. So when we talk about Sustainable Development Goals, there's a long list of 17 SDGs, among which we do not find as such the theme, of no plastic or anything about plastic mentioned anywhere. However, when we are talking about Sustainable Development Goal, and when we look at goal number 3, which talks about health and well-being, number 6, which talks about restoration of facilities, as in sanitation, clean water. There are many other, sustainable development goals also to number around 6 to 7, which talks about climate change, which talks about protection and restoration of the marine life, as in sea and oceans, to provide, restoration of clean cities and bring in facilities. So when we talk about the whole thing, everywhere, what we see is in our present day lives, plastic is omnipresent. And so I think the theme is actually attached or can be linked or can be associated with more than 6 SDGs or 6 Sustainable Development Goals, which are actually framed by the UN and to be achieved by the world over, or all the countries in the world, around the year 2030. So that sets the ground for today's symposium. And what we have actually done is we have given an autumn project to all our children across several grades, right from grade 1 up to grade 10. This was given in the month of October, and the projects were all about the world of plastics. When we talk about the world of plastics, it deals with world of plastics at home, at school, in your neighborhood, in your community, and then, the whole world, wherever. So the project had a lot of things for children to investigate, to examine, to observe in and around their household, as in materials, packaging, and different products that we use in our daily life. This thing is actually blocking, so I'll just move to the center because I'm not able to see the entire audience. So, and these projects were given to children, and they have all completed the projects. There were several templates to go with, and they had made their own investigations and coming to understand that plastic is one of the most common kind of trash that we find in our household. So this is where the first line of thoughts come in, and from here they were asked to come up with some idea or to innovate or some kind of solutions with respect to the 4 R's, and they started their journey into this. So this is all happening since October. So from then, since now, the children have been continuously working, and their teachers, all of them who have been, especially the science teachers who have been guiding them in their research, in helping them tweak these ideas, in fine-tuning the projects, and that is how this entire symposium comes into being. So today is a wonderful day, and I take this proud, I'm really very proud, to state that there are over 200 children, from all the Creek campuses of the futuristic initiatives, that is the Creek Planet School Mercury campus, the Creek Planet School Venus campus, the Creek Planet School Neptune campus, the Creek Planet School Orbit campus, and the Creek Planet School Senior Seeds campus, along with, our Seeds Mars and Seeds Uranus campus. So in all, today there would be 22 project paper presentations happening here inside the auditorium, and there would be almost 150 exhibits and miniatures and models which will be put up on display. It's already there on either sides. So all those who are in this auditorium, I would only request that, please go visit all the exhibits. Please hear our children, and we should never underestimate that, young minds can't innovate, young minds can't investigate. Probably someday, they may do much better things, and they must be doing, much better things than that is actually happening in the world. The world over is researching on this particular topic, innovating, trying to create a lot of innovations here, which is why we will be having a hearing, not just from these presenters, as in the paper presenters and the exhibit presenters, but also we get to hear from our guest speakers, that is Sri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, who is also, associated with TSIC, which is the Innovation Cell of Telangana government. So, there are policy makers. So what I go to say is, we also get to hear today people from the industry, as in Dr. Srinivas, who also happens to be a scientist by profession. We also have policy makers like Ms. Samyukta Ikirala and Jayesh Ranjan sir. And we also have people, renowned and distinguished speakers from the education fraternity, as well as research, fraternity, as in Professor K.V. Jayakumar. So all of them may not be able to make it here. Some of them, we get to hear them virtually. But then, yes, we get to share our views. We also get to hear their views, which is very, very important. On that note, I wish all the children, all the young presenters, the paper presenters, as well as the exhibit presenters, and all the parents who have encouraged and taken time out to be here with us, and also be with your children, in doing the project, or maybe, helping them tweak, or, in their ideation process, or probably in the model making process, or, in every stage of it. Thank you so much, parents, because this is how we actually try and create and inculcate this kind of scientific temper, which is actually quite important for today's world, wherein we are actually facing a lot of issues with respect to climate, and there's a lot of scope for research in climate action and, lot of other areas. I am sure the children will come up with novel ideas and thoughts, and will also be able to present some of their innovative ideas, which can be mentored, and hopefully maybe when they get older, probably another 4 or 5 years, these thoughts may evolve even more, and they do some real good things and contribution to the society. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. And I welcome our MD sir, Narendra Edipuganti Garu, and COO Jeevani ma'am, who have just joined us to the symposium. It's time to unfold the curiosity, which I have already told you. Child curiosity is something which we need to build up. And here comes the time for which I would welcome students from number 1 to 6, one after the other, to take over the stage and showcase your presentation.
Hello everybody, my name is Ritvik of grade 10 of the Greek Planet School Mercury, and I'm here today to speak about my topic to reduce plastic waste, plastic to cloth. Now the name might seem blatantly straightforward, but hear me out. Do you know how harmful plastic is? Plastic packaging is extremely wasteful and impacts Earth's ecosystems on which we depend. Due to poor product design and lack of political infrastructure, the majority of plastic waste is sent to landfills or disposed of into the environment. 9.2 billion tons of plastic have been produced, of which only 9% have been recycled properly. Plastic manufacturing also produces lots of CO2, which can lead to a steep increase in global warming. Food can also sometimes react when stored in plastic containers and break down harmful compounds like BHA. If they enter the human body, it can cause some fatal damage. Plastic also causes adverse health effects such as asthma, pulmonary cancer, liver damage, nerve, brain damage, and kidney diseases. So what's the solution? I believe the best way to go about reducing plastics in the manufacturing sector is by replacing plastic with cloth. This is, yes, not exactly a new idea, but I think it deserves a place in the symposium nonetheless. 50% of the plastic manufactured is used once, but is then thrown away to rot for centuries on end. Will we save our environment with this much plastic lying around? Of course not. Hence, cloth bags serve as the perfect alternative. They're eco-friendly, don't require maintenance. The fact that cloth has almost all the features of plastic with an added bonus of being eco-friendly already puts it above most materials. But what I'm suggesting is a little different from just switching from plastic bags to cloth bags. This is aimed more towards the manufacturing sector than the consumers themselves. Okay, let's take an example to make it easier for ourselves. We have Ratnadeep, a retail company that has become quite popular recently in Hyderabad. Ratnadeep packages its rice, dal, vegetables, etc. in plastic. Now, if it manufactured cloth bags for 2 years straight, instead of plastic to store its goods in, and set up a returnable system through which consumers who are done using the bags can return them at the store they bought it in exchange for money. This way, even though the profits might reduce for the starting years in which the system is initiated, it will lead to huge profits later on, since manufacturing the bags can be reduced to minimum due to reusability of the same bags over and over again. There are many benefits from making the switch, such as waste cloth left over from manufacturing garments can now be used to make cloth packaging bags instead of being thrown away. Lots of well-off families have garments of various sorts that don't fit, which can be donated for making such bags instead of being thrown away. After a few years, it can give retail corporations huge profits, since cloth bags don't have to be produced every year in the same volume like plastic. It can reduce the amount of plastic in this world by about half, which can significantly improve environmental conditions. Cotton textile industries can reap profits selling their waste material. But as with anything, the system also poses a few challenges. There are some solutions to go with it. While dry products can certainly be packaged in cloth bags, wet products like oils, juices, and pastes cannot be packaged in cloth bags. Hence, in such situations, glass can be used. The returnable system also applies to glass bottles as well, since they can be reused as well. The main virtue of plastic is that it's cheap to manufacture. This is why it's so popular over other materials. While cloth may be more expensive, the fact that the bags can be returned and reused over and over again means that the factor of manufacturing can be removed almost entirely, with the exception of manufacturing some new bags every year. I also recognize that since there's no compulsion for everybody to return these cloth bags, and that's all right. This means that there can be lesser and lesser cloth waste every year, since they're all used to make new cloth bags. Conclusion. Plastic is extremely useful, but the time has come for us to stop depending on them too much. As we know, plastic is non-biodegradable and has caused the deaths of many organisms already. Hence, I conclude by saying that we should move forward by adopting greener practices towards a greener future. And that ends my presentation. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
It's, I think it is really very, very nice presentation and also very novel and innovative idea that we should stop plastic which is non-recyclable, non-biodegradable thing to cloth. What I want, like, you in future, like you could have you can do some research, like what is the today, everything cannot go to that, right? Something, there is plastic has a different properties, our cloth cannot handle it. So what is the fraction of that, and what is the amount, and what is this, how can be that, how much is the percentage actually take over? Second, you can also like think of like how we can get these bags back into that. Like you said, we can recycle. Yes. So once you give it to customer, how you will take that?
Like
I'm just telling. Okay. So the ideas, you give your ideas to the policy maker, so that you might get good ideas rather than we sit people policy makers sit at the back. So your mind can give you better ideas that how you can take it back into the system. Don't put it into your house. So many cloth bags you make home. Same recycling has to happen. Those ideas you may give it. You can share if you know anything. Right?
I don't exactly get it.
My point is how best you can get back the cloth bags to use that Ratmati. So instead of packing rice or the plastic, you can put it in cloth.
Yes, sir.
But the bag will go to customer.
Yes, sir.
Every time a new cloth bag has to be manufactured.
Not exactly, sir. Like once they're done using the product, they can always come back to the store and give the bag back for money.
So there should be a various different models to which either he has to pay for something, take the bag, or if you bring your bag, I will discount something, or
yeah, that's what, sir. Like
buy it. So various schemes where all the bags should be reused. That's what 1, 2, 3, 4 options. Good, very good. So new ideas, I'm saying. Ideas.
We could get the cloth from various households. Like suppose in your house or my house, we always have those clothes that don't fit us anymore. And so instead of keeping them in our closet where it takes up space and has like nothing else to do there, why don't we give it to manufacturers? So these manufacturers, they can like break down the cloth a little and then they can reuse them to make the cloth bags that we want. And then we don't really need to produce these cloth bags every year, because once the customer is done using the product, they can, like, I'm pretty sure supermarkets, they're built for the convenience of the modern man. So obviously there's going to be anything at least like 10 minutes away from your house. So if you go and return the cloth bags, it not only gives you easy money, which I guess most people would want, but it also counts as exercise. Sure. Thank you.
That was really great, Rintvik. Keep it up. Good job. Now, moving on to the next participant, that is number 2, is coming up is Sai Shreyansh. All set?
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sai Shanch. I study in grade 7 in the Creek Primary School, April campus. And today, I would like to present my idea P2E, plastic to electricity. So, first, I'd like to talk about how the idea was exactly inspired. So, now, as we all know, plastics are a very important resource in the modern world. Over 300 million tons of plastics are produced every year for various purposes. If we look around us, 3 out of 4 things here are made out of plastic. Now, plastics are used in a wide range of fields, such as aerospace, construction, etc. Now, plastics are non-biodegradable, so they take thousands of years to decompose in the environment. And in the process, they end up harming the environment a lot. All marine life as we know it is going extinct today due to these plastics, and several water bodies are being poisoned due to these very plastics. Now, this is some data I've collected from a survey that I conducted on the number of plastic bottles disposed every week, every month, and every year. And while these numbers may seem small, we must understand that the whole world uses these plastics. And as we can see, so many plastic bottles are being disposed per year. And around the whole world, these plastics are being used. So around 7 to 8 million plastic bottles are being disposed each year into the ocean, which could cause a lot of harm to the environment. So this inspired the idea of P2E. So the concept of P2E, it basically gets rid of waste plastics by recycling it. First, the PET is depolymerized and the solution is acidified and filtered off to give ethylene glycol. Then this ethylene glycol is electrolyzed to form formic acid, and then the formic acid is oxidized. And in the process, it produces energy. So now the challenges and opportunities. As every great idea brings its opportunities, it also has a few challenges with it. So let's look at the challenges and opportunities that come with P2E. So the opportunities that P2E bring are, it turns harmful plastic bottles into highly useful electricity. It uses readily available cheap materials and it creates energy in an emission-free manner and costs way less compared to other emission-free methods such as solar, hydro, or wind. And it is a quick method. It does not use a lot of time. Now, the challenges that come with this are that it uses a few hazardous chemicals such as sodium methoxide and that it has a slightly lower efficiency rate when compared to other methods. Now the experiment itself. So these are the materials required for a small scale demonstration of this project. So the main materials that are required are sodium methoxide, ethanol, a silver spoon that acts as an anode, a graphite electrode which acts as the cathode, and two 500 ml plastic bottles, which is around 30 to 40 grams of PET. Now, the procedure itself. First, add 34.5 grams of sodium methoxide to ethanol in a beaker. Now, add the small PET pieces to the solution. Next, heat the solution at 60 degrees Celsius for 1 or 2 hours. Heat it at 60 degrees Celsius. Now, after that, stop the heating and leave it to cool. Then, add 1 molar mass sulfuric acid to it till the pH 7 is achieved and the solution is neutral. Now take this solution and again heat it at 80 degrees Celsius to boil off the ethanol. Now filter the solution and add water to it. Now what you'll see is the solution separates into two different layers. Now separate the top layer and pour it into another beaker. Now add 1 molar sulfuric acid to this. Now boil this new solution at 100 degrees Celsius and boil off the water. Then add 1 molar sulfuric acid to it till the pH 3 is achieved. Now the solution is ready for electrolysis. Now part 2 of the procedure, ethylene glycol to electricity. Now set up the ethylene glycol solution for electrolysis using the silver spoon as the anode and the graphite as the cathode. Now what happens is the solution breaks down into formic acid. Now keep checking the pH of this solution till the pH is between 0 and 1. And once this pH is achieved, disconnect the wires from the cell. Now place a glass barrier in the middle of the beaker. Make sure the formic acid is equally divided on both sides. Now connect the anode and the cathode to an LED light bulb via the wires. And what we'll observe is that the bulb starts glowing. Hence, proving that we have successfully made electricity out of plastic bottles. Now, this is a diagram of what the electrolysis of ethylene glycol to formic acid exactly looks like. And this is a basic diagram of what the DFAFC or direct formic acid fuel cell looks like. And then these are the following is the amount of formic acid and electricity that is produced in this small scale experiment. These are of course approximate values. The formic acid produced is 20 milliliters. The electricity gain is 39 watt hours. The number of plastic bottles that is used is 2 plastic bottles, which is 38 to 40 grams of PET. The electricity produced by the DFAFC is 44.44 watt hours. And the electricity consumed in electrolysis, which lasts for about 1 hour, is 5.49 watts, as the watt hours of a 9-volt battery is 5.49 watt hours. And now, this is for a large scale application. The following calculations are for the amount of electricity required to power a small city with a population of 1 million people. These are again approximate values as the experiment has not been conducted. So, the liters of formic acid required per month would be 1,134 kiloliters, as the power consumption of one such city would be 3.5 megawatt hours. And the amount of PET required per month would be 2.15 kilotons of PET plastic bottles. Now, the people involved in this project would be Sumlata ma'am, my science teacher, me, Sai Shraj, my mother, Gayatri Sahu, Mark Hootman, who has a BSc graduation at University of Netherlands, and Kate and Maxes from USA. Now, the conclusion of this project. This unique method shows how waste plastic bottles can generate useful electricity in a simple, quick, cheap, and environment-friendly manner. Unlike solar, hydro, and wind energy, which requires a high investment for the setup, P3 method can be scaled up with a very low cost as it's quite cheap. And the use of formic acid is also much more efficient than the use of hydrogen, a very popular zero emission fuel source for energy production. So the references, I specifically refer to these 3 websites for this project. And I would like to end today's presentation with a small quote. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save, by Robert Swan. Thank you. So I'm all open for questions now. So I'm all open for questions.
To respond, excellent, very innovative idea. One is you are utilizing, you are reusing, recycling the plastic. Also at the same time, you are generating electricity, which is very important.
Yes.
Very good concept thinking, very nice. I want to add to you like 2 things. One is, what is any project to, as you said, that can be scaled up, right? That is required. So to scale up, what are the issues that may come, number 1. Number 2, what is the economics, the economics that is actually the drive the thing to happen on a reality. So you have used silver, and also you have used different toxic chemicals. So in the next course, how best I can reduce the toxic constituents in the process, so that they will not hamper the environment, and also the risk of safety. The other thing is like how I can reduce to a less expensive anode or cathode, electrolyte. So try to think that this way. This is really an implementable project. We should look for its thank you very much. Very good work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shreyansh. May we have the next participant, that is Shaudhya from Medri campus.
Good morning, everyone present here. My name is Saurja Sahasran Sujena of grade 9 from the Greek Planet School, Mercury campus. So we have all done it at least once in our life. We throw plastic in a heap of garbage on the road. This results in animals like cattle and deer to eat this plastic. This plastic gets into the stomach and it hinders in the digestive process and kills them very slowly and very painfully. The plastic we throw on the road might also end up in the oceans. How? The plastic we throw on the road might get washed into a storm drain by the rain, and this drain opens up at a river. The river again opens up in the ocean, and we know what will happen if the plastic reaches the ocean. So many marine animals and land animals are dying due to plastic blocking their alimentary canals. Although many countries are banning plastic, but the problem has not ended and one cannot entirely live without plastic. So we have to find a cheap plastic alternative. Many plastic alternatives in the market are either not 100% safe or are quite too expensive. So what might be the solution, you ask? It is the nopal cactus. Nopal cactus is also known as the prickly pear cactus and is found in the southwestern regions of the United States and in Mexico. Nopal cactus is also a common ingredient in many Mexican cuisine. Who came up with this idea? It was Sandra Pasco Ortiz from the University of Valle de Atemajac. She came up with this idea because cactus is very abundant and it is easy to get a polymer out of it, as the molecular structure of a cactus is quite similar to that of plastic. So when added with chemicals, it will get turned into a biodegradable plastic. 3 million tons of plastic is produced every year, but only 9% of it is recycled. Over 1 million marine animals are killed due to plastic pollution in the ocean. Since 2016, the BCI has operated upon 79 cows and bulls in Chennai and extracted around 1.6 thousand kgs of plastic. Dr. Siva once said that he found a gold chain in one of the stomach of the cows. So when we come up with an idea, there may be many challenges and opportunities. Some of the challenges in this idea are the cactus pad takes 6 months to grow, and the handling of cactus is very painstaking. Some of the opportunities are it can be molded into plastics with different properties like thin and flexible, soft and flexible, and hard and rigid. It biodegrades very quickly when compared to other biodegradable plastic. It is 100% safe when eaten by all organisms if accidentally they were to come across this plastic. It takes less than 10 days to make, so it is also very time efficient. It is very economically cheap. It is very economically cheap as It is very economically cheap as cactus is very abundant and it takes less chemicals to make this as I've already mentioned the molecular structure of cactus is quite similar to that of plastic. So the process of making this plastic consists of 4 steps. Step number 1, make the juice of the cactus pulp. Step number 2, cool the juice and remove the fibers. Step number 3, add glycerin, natural proteins and natural waxes and sometimes colorants to give strength, structure and few characteristics to the plastic. We should keep in mind that the proteins and waxes we use should be 100% natural and non-toxic. Then we should spread the mixture and put it in a mold and let it harden, and then we'll get our plastic. The plastic you see in the picture is the kind of plastic we may get after using this process. 4 kg of cactus can make around 1000 centimeters square or 1 meter square of plastic sheet. And in thrown in water bodies, it degrades in just 90 days. However, other biodegradable plastic may take longer, like 150 to 200 days. It is 100% safe when eaten by all life forms as cactus is digestible by all organisms, and as we are using natural and non-toxic chemicals, it means that it won't hinder in the digestive processes. So how can we use this subject? We can use it in the way of sheets to cover objects, as food grade containers, as it is safe to drink and eat from, and as toys, which is fun for children. And if you decide to throw any of this away, you know that this won't cause any harm to the environment. So I'd like to conclude by plastic from cactus can be a complete alternative and replace plastic completely. And thus we'll get the benefits of plastic, and the problem arriving from traditional plastic can also come to an end. These are the references I used. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
So yeah, very good. In fact, I don't have any questions or recommendations, but it's so good. Biodegradable plastic is ultimate. It's the future. Here, actually, I want to add upon to your presentation. You gave some applications like the food containers. So many varieties of plastics are there, like polypropylene or HDPE, LDPE. There is one group of plastic called polystyrenes. The polystyrenes are the one normally they are used for this kind of. They are completely non-recyclable. They are very bad plastics. This is a replacement to that is really great work done.
Thank you, sir.
Very great. Good.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Anyone? Thank you.
That was really great, Shaurya. Keep it up. Before we move further, let me welcome our Chairman, Sir, Sri Bullini Sinaya, Sir, and Vice Chairman T. Pandurangachari Garu. Welcome to the symposium, sirs. And let me move ahead to the next participant, that is Krishna Priya from Venus campus.
Greetings everyone. My name is V.V. Krishnapriya from grade 82, the Creek Planet School, Venus campus. Today, I'll be explaining a presentation on reusing plastic in agricultural lands. So, what is the problem? The problem faced by today's generation is plastic is being overused. And because of this, it is harmful to the environment and usage and disposal is very difficult. Because plastics are disposed into land and water and burned sometimes. This leads to air, water, and land pollution. So, to solve this problem, my teammates and I have come up with an idea for proper and efficient utilization of plastic and so that it can help farmers in a proper way. So, what is our idea? Our idea is to replace costly rubber pipes with plastic bottles for drip irrigation. If this idea is implemented, a lot of plastic bottles can be reused. This will reduce a lot of pollution issues and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. The statistics involved in our model are about 80 million plastic bottles, which are thrown out every day. Isn't that a lot? And our project uses 4,000 used plastic bottles for each pipe in 1 acre land. Imagine how many plastic bottles can be reused. So there are always obstacles and opportunities. Let's come to challenges. It is very hard to collect plastic bottles and it is very difficult to segregate different kinds of waste because some waste will contain medications, some alcohol, some water, and some infected water. And these bottles might be infected with different kinds of toxins. And it might take a lot of time to complete these pipes altogether. Coming to the good part, opportunities. Farmers will wholeheartedly accept this because it is cheaper than rubber pipes and the full project will cost quarter the cost of laying the rubber pipes. So what are the methods of this plastic collection? I have listed down three main plastic collection methods. 1. Curbside recycling, drop-off recycling and buyback centers. First, curbside recycling. It is a method curbside recycling is a method where bins are placed in common areas of movement because working people and tourists will have plastics with them and they have to dispose this. So there will be bins in every street so that disposal can be easy. Next is drop-off recycling. Here the bins will be placed in a common area between 5 to 6 streets. And last, buyback centers. These are the centers where people come and give their plastic waste to the company in return for money. So one of the main part of our project is the pipes. The pipes will consist of 3 main parts: plastic bottles, rubber, and primer. In a generalized form, 3-liter bottles will be used. The rubber will be on the outer surface and primer will be in the inner surface to avoid water leakages. Rubber will also provide grip to the pipes. These pipes can be customized according to the farmer's needs because some crops needs more water and some do not. This is the overview of the pipes. Next, overhead tank. The overhead tank will be connected to a nearby water source or a well. The tank will open an airlock and due to this, the water will be stuck by the tank and released into the pipes for proper and efficient irrigation of the crops. This is the overhead tank. This is the overview of the project. As you can see, the pipes and the overhead tank is also placed. Conclusion. If this idea is implemented, a lot of plastic bottles can be reused and recycled, leading to a cleaner environment. This idea also helps to reduce pollution and it is also affordable. It is durable, resistant, and is also a bad conductor of heat and electricity. And due to this, lightning cannot damage the pipes and it is heat resistant also.
Thank you.
Very good, Krishna Priya. Very well done. It's only as you said that we have to be selective and we have to be size. And you also presented how we can get, how we can collect these things in a very easy manner. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Good job, Krishna Priya, with good comments also for you. Moving ahead, we have CH Sri Yashashwini from Mercury campus.
So good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Ashwini from grade 81, Mercury campus. So my paper presentation is all about plastic bricks. The problem here is plastic. As we all know that we produce a lot of plastic waste in our daily basis, like a lot of them. But only 9% of it is getting recycled. Do you think it's a better percentage? No, right? So to increase the rate of recycled plastic, I've come up with an idea that is plastic bricks. I chose plastic bricks because bricks are the most important thing for the construction. And now present, we are building a vast number of building structures. And bricks are used in innumerable structures over many thousands of years ago because of their durability. Bricks are very useful and maintenance friendly, creating efficient buildings, but also performing various functions. We use both LDPE and HDPE plastics for making this plastic bricks. We can also ask local municipals and social organizations to provide us the plastic. There's a company named Rhino Machines which produces plastic bricks. This company is the only competitor. The Rhino Machines has collected until now 32,113.07 kgs of plastic. They even have a website in which anyone can donate the plastic waste, and the company is situated in the industrial cities of Gujarat. Now let's see how the plastic bricks are made. Step 1 is to collect the plastic and sand. First, we collect the plastic and sand. The sand should be of more quantity because it acts as a base for the brick. So the sand should be of 80% of the total weight and plastic should be 20% of the total weight. Step 2 is shredding the plastic and mixing. The hard pieces of plastic are cut down and the small pieces are cut down into furthermore smaller pieces, and the plastic and sand are mixed well using a spoon. Step 3, heating. Now we have to heat the plastic mixture at a temperature of 200 to 250 degrees Celsius. After heating, the mixture outlook would look like this, as you can see it on the screen. Step 4, compressing and shaping. Now we weigh the mixture about 1.3 kgs. After weighing, we put it in a molding machine and squeeze and compress it with the heat. Step 5, soaking the bricks. Wetting of bricks assists in removing the dirt, dust, and sand from them. Further, it prevents the suction of water from the wet mortar, as otherwise the mortar is likely to dry out soon and crumble before attaining strength. This is the glance of the process in a pictorial way. The bricks can be made in three different shapes. One is the hollow interlocking bricks, zigzag paved blocks, and hollow bricks. And this is the final result of the brick. Challenges and opportunities. The main challenges is there is a lot of competition from concrete and bricks, sand bricks company. So our main opportunities are the advantages of the plastic bricks are our main opportunities, as there is awareness about reducing the use of plastic in the public. So this will be a great success. I think plastic bricks are the better solution because they are 5 to 7 times stronger than the concrete and 2.7x stronger than the sand bricks. And they're light in weight and cheap in cost. By this, plastic bricks, we can increase the rate of recycled plastic and help in waste management. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Essentially, very good, great work done. Here, again, I want to tell you two things. Number one is you have to have segregated plastic. You cannot have plastic having chlorine, PVC kind of plastic. Cannot be there. You already said that you want HDPE. So that is number one. You have to get a very selective plastic. Okay. And you have used sand. Sand 80%, plastic 20%. So the material what we are intending to recycle is less than the sand is actually that is resource, natural resource. You cannot use sand which is like having salty kind of. Otherwise, we cannot use for construction. So the constraints are number one, segregation. Number two, you have to increase plastic, reduce the other one, binding material. For that, I am suggesting you instead of sand, you can use fly ash. Fly ash is a waste. Already it is a waste that comes from any burning combustion process. You can very well use that. I too did some work on that. Only thing is economics. How in the market, the brick, what is the cost of the brick and what we made, is it comparable? The cost is one. We have to really make it happen. That is one thing. Go for all waste. You will go for success. It's a very good project. And construction, materials, all the time they will be. It's very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good, Yashini. Moving ahead, we have P. Sushant from Venus campus.
Greetings and good afternoon to everybody present here. Myself, Sushant B. of Grade 8, representing the Greek Planet School, Venus campus. And my presentation is plastic pyrolysis. Now, the problem. As we know, the status of plastic in our world is very high. So is its damage to our environment. To show it properly, here are some statistics. A report from 2021 shows that up to that date, we humans have produced 8.3 billion metric tons of plastic. That is 18,400 times more than the weight of the world's tallest building, Burj Khalifa. Now that is big. And to put into perspective, we humans are producing more than 300 million tons every year. And recycling hasn't gone better either. As of statistics from the US, in 2018, only 9% of the total plastic produced there has been recycled. Now, we need a way to not only recycle plastic, but could we get something in return that is useful for us? Now, the replacement of plastic entirely does have some time to come by. In the meantime, I would like to present my following concept, pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is an existing chemical reaction where an organic material, like in our case plastic, is heated and then converted into another substance, plastic to a renewable source of fuel. To give you a simpler example, you cannot eat food without cooking it. After cooking it, it is easier for us to digest. That is the basics of fundamentals of pyrolysis working there. In pyrolysis, complex molecular structures are then, through heating, are broken down into simpler molecules. The number one reason plastics can be converted into a fuel is because plastic molecules have longer carbon chains than those in LPG, petrol, diesel fuels, etc. Now, to explain this better, I'm showing you the process used by Envol, a pyrolysis plant based in UK. So here, first, post-consumer waste plastic, PETs, PEs, etc., are transferred to the plant where they are shredded into smaller pieces and then transferred to the main pyrolysis reactor. Here, Envol uses microwaves to heat the plastic. So there is no oxygen involved, hence there is no burning and release of harmful toxic chemicals as the byproducts. The heated plastic at a melting point about 400 degrees Celsius to 500 degrees Celsius is then transferred into the separation chamber, where the producers are about 25% gases and 75% bio oil. Since this plant runs off electricity, some of what's produced is then taken to a generator where it produces electricity for the process again. So this is a sustainable process. A typical Envol plant operates at about a feed rate of 350 kg per hour, which equates to a nominal capacity of 2,000 tons per year. But that is not enough. By focusing on this process more and by refining it, we can use it to at least make a dent in this huge disaster of plastic. Now, the process has been successfully used in Eastern Europe to get significant results. The final products of synthetic gas and bio-oil can be used as further outputs, can be used to generate further outputs of electricity through generators, etc. Now, coming to opportunities and challenges. The opportunities of pyrolysis are endless. A typical pyrolysis plant, like I said, can take 350 kgs per hour. Now, using it every day, we can make a significant dent in the plastic waste in landfills. Using this method, we also get high efficient fuel by low emissions. Considering that there is no oxygen used here, we get zero emissions and no pollution at all. To get a proper renewable source of energy from plastic, we do need to refine this process more, as this is still in its early stages. But after refining, citing from an abstract produced at research case by Young Hao, 1 kg of PE plastics fused with 1.328 megajoules of electricity can produce 42.3 megajoules of power. Now, the profit margin is huge, but coming to a challenges is number one is early investments. Considering pyrolysis plants do take up a bit of money, and also temperature safety. As we are working with very high temperatures, we do require a safe method. Now, since this whole process is environmentally friendly, we can expect this to have no impact on our environment. The oil produced also has very high quality and close to the commercial petroleum-derived liquid fuels. To conclude, this is a process in its early stages. So we need to refine it more, do some more research to convert this into a proper process which can stay until we discover a completely new replacement for plastic. This process should also be more widely recognized, as setting up plants in every major city can contribute to removing the amount of plastic in the oceans. Thank you. I am now open for questions.
Shushan is selected a very good project, which is actually NIDA-DR, plastic to fuel. Very good. So the process is pyrolysis. Pyrolysis means combustion in the absence of oxygen. So we have to, there should not be any oxygen. So whatever the organic compounds, the carbon and hydrogen will go as hydrocarbons, which is a fuel. And then you get a gas, you will get some oil, you will get some solid, a biochar. So all these things are very, very useful for various applications. Very good. As you rightly said, that there are some challenges, like we cannot use, one is safety, second is things like chlorides, PVC. You know, there are hundreds of various different kinds of plastics. They come difficult to segregate. That's the only biggest challenge is segregation. PVC and all will pose a problem on safety as well as the product. Nowadays, we are also finding out ways before actually taking it to pyrolyzer, we can remove the chloride. We have done what we have done at 2 locations, Hyderabad and Mumbai. So you have taken one example of Europe, but we have several plants in our country. Everywhere there are some issues, things are happening. We are getting oil, which is equivalent to diesel, which is cheaper, which we are making with the waste. We are giving a solution to waste, at the same time we are getting the product. Very good. So you can really look at me. You go and see some plants. Potential also there is a plant. You can. When I will address it at I will tell few things. I'm really excited with all of you. You all have taken very good projects, especially on the plastic. Very good. You can really give. You can tell us how we can overcome the challenges. Maybe we may come to you, people like you, in minds. It was very good openings, understanding on several where we start. Current people, I think you're all good, very good, excellent. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you. Also the guidance given by the teachers is really amazing, and also the way of presentation and the sequence, everything is perfect. Thank you, sir.
Good job, Sushant. And here, dear audience, you have heard from the students, 6 students who have presented till now, and they being open for questions from Dr. Srinivas sir, who is our esteemed guest speaker of the day. And before I call you, sir, to address the gathering, let me introduce you to everyone. An environmental specialist with over 3 decades of experience, Dr. Srinivas is a member of the Expert Advisory Committee, WMT, in Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. With expertise in R&D, innovation, waste management, hazard and risk assessment, quality control and assurance, and associated management systems like QMS, EMS, OH, SAS, etc., Dr. Srinivas is empaneled with NABARD for solid biomedical and hazardous waste under Category A and NABL for certification of testing laboratories. a member of various professional bodies, having published several papers on environment and waste management, he has guided several students for their research. He is a visiting faculty and is associated for several institutions like IITs, BITS, JNTU, IITM, IICT, etc., and professional training bodies like ASCI, ESCI, EPTRI, NIMS, NE, etc., for capacity building and skill development programs on environment management. A distinguished speaker and a researcher, Dr. Srinivas is a BOS member, IST JNTU Hyderabad, and is associated with CPCB MOEF committees as a member in developing guidelines on hazardous waste management. Having worked with various government organizations and corporate companies at strategic and leadership positions like Visakhapatnam Port Trust, EPTRI, SGS, Western Solutions, Tata Steel, and the project head for the first engineered landfill TSDF of the country developed at Ramki, Hyderabad. Dr. Srinivas is currently working as Vice President and Head Technical and Research at Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, Hyderabad. It's a pleasure to welcome you onto the dais, sir. Such a beautiful profile. You will be enlightened with your words of wisdom. It will really help us students to move further.
Good afternoon to everyone. Respected Chairman, Vice Chairman, MD Sir Narendra Sir, Principal Sir Soumitra Singh Thakur Sir, Vice Principal Madam, Madam Nair Madam, and all other principals from various institutes, various institutes, the other teachers, students, parents, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted, very glad to be here today. I am actually supposed to go and have some other meeting. In fact, I don't know the complete program, otherwise they would have reorganized, but I decided this meeting is more important than any other meeting. So I thought that I want to stay there, be with the children, great opportunity for me to be here. Join the students and the teachers, it's a privilege. Got all knowledge during my studies. In fact, just I want to recollect I joined Banaras Hindu University for my post-graduation. I heard that I'm from Andhra Pradesh, East Godavari. I came to know that Visakhapatnam Andhra University started environment chemistry course. I left BHU, joined there in 86 for my post-graduation in Andhra University, first batch student. Since then, I'm really into this environment field. I'm seeing the students they're no less than experts. See, given the topic on plastics, the kind of research they have done, the kind of the ideas, the kind of presentation, and the challenges, the opportunities, future, how the future can be solution to the future, current and future. It's really amazing. So this field environment sustainability, the topic is actually we are talking on ESG. I want to say that no ranking, though we are actually into environment management solution provider and sustainability is actually our core activity. We started reporting sustainability to the world, ESG. I am actually ESG head for ranking. We started last year, actually officially we reported our first ESG report in the Ramki website. You can see that integrated report. I'm very glad to see the these at this age they all know about ESG, sustainability, SDGs, Sustainability Development Goals, 17 goals. By 2030, the UN is actually anticipating the world to achieve all these goals. And our Prime Minister actually announced in the COP26 recently, he announced certain things on these GHG emissions or carbon neutrality, etc., renewable energy. Really, the students are really today are able to get there. Where we are going to be, what is the need of the hour today? So it's really an eye-opening to all the society. These children really make it happen for the future. We are all supposed to, like, the next generations to come. We have to protect the environment. So, on the topic, like how the ESG, how we can say no plastic. Several ideas given and several children, they are all waiting to demonstrate what they have done. Really great. They all might have thought of several things. Each small one really make it for a big change. This will in turn, like pyrolysis. Yes. How I can, yes, this is one. She has told something. But what is the further application on this? What I can do on that? So everything will have, it will actually is a startup, and based on that we can help further applications. So this is actually very good. Somebody said about 4 hours. Yes, we have to prevent or reduce the plastic. Plastic in near future, we cannot completely say no to it. But various, it has several properties which any other material is not having. It may be the cost, it may be the longevity, it may be the neutrality. I can put anything into that, nothing will happen. It can be airtight, it can be hard, it can be every material has a different problem. Suppose I can put acid in that, I can put water in that, I can put food in that, I can put anything. So it's a lot of versatility is there. At the same time, it has a problem. Problems are all known to us. What is the alternative? What is the kind of material, a different material, which is equivalent to the properties of the plastic and also the synergistic, the cost of that will really help us That is what is required from these brains. Somebody said the biodegradable plastic. Yes. So, what are we talking? We want to reduce the plastic. Right from the what kind of plastic we don't want. What kind of plastic that we can manage. Sustainability. Here the word sustainability is coming into picture. You can have, but let it be sustainable in the environment. Don't throw it. Don't litter. Don't think of degradation, biodegradation, or the decomposition, or whatever. So reuse that. The plastic, manufacture plastic only that can be reused. Whatever non-reusable plastics should be banned. So policy should happen. Enforcement should happen. Like no, there are laws. Plastic waste management rules, municipal solid waste management rules. 2016, we have these rules. If they are not implemented, what is the fine? Implementation, enforcement, regulation should be there. Once these rules are framed, the rule should say that no non-recyclable plastic should be manufactured. First, no manufacture. When that is not there, it will not come into the customer. Then don't use non-recyclable. Right. Now, what is the plastic which can be recycled? What are the various means? 100% should be recycled. Don't throw it into either landfill or burning. Everything should be recycled. Either reuse, if possible, reuse, recover energy. Suppose, see, we have some carry bags or something, we throw into dustbin and all that go to process plant. In the municipal solid waste, they all segregate, right? So there, those plastics or whatever the kind of plastic, converted it into some kind of a granules or some kind of a material order. So everything should be collected properly and they should be recycled. So recover. What is recover? Recover is better than recycling. Before recycling, recovery of energy. You put it into a system. Today we can say cement plant. Cement plants having so big kilns with a temperature ranging 1500 plus degrees centigrade temperature. At that, you replace use of coal, fossil fuel, replace this waste as a fuel. Recover the energy, the calorific value is very, very high. Thousands, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 kilocalories per kg. So this will be like a fuel. Recover as a fuel. So reduce, reuse, recover, recycle. So only these plastics should be used. Then how we can, like, no, it's not only the plastic, we should also have a holistic view on the very thing that we use. That should be like, we should be able to use them for all. How we should take it, maybe paper, it may be plastic, it may be any industrial material or any daily use material, all that, we should see that there should not be any waste end of the day. Anything you see, like ultimate, if it comes to disposal, the disposal either by burying or by burning. End. Either it is going to be burned like landfill, or it will be burned in an incineration or a combustion or what. So, to let us not encourage landfills or incinerations. As a sustainable process, we should think of recycling, circular economy. Like, whatever that is there, produced to go back to the manufacturer through the customer, to the user. So there are several things, even for the plastic. We have EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility in the rules. That means any plastic manufacturing company, like it may be Reliance or Coca-Cola or any other big people, they use few thousands, maybe millions of tons of plastic. They are responsible to collect their plastic. All the bottles, they have to collect it. All the plastic, they make it in the form of direct plastic or the textiles having the plastic rayon, the polyester. They're all plastic in the textile. So they are supposed to collect back. So they are responsible. How they collect? There are systems, methods provided through, people said, buyback policy. The TV, at the time of you sell it, or any other plastic material or any product or anything, they will keep some amount. They will take some amount in the when you sell it. Some few hundreds of rupees will be taken for its recycling or disposal by them. So they will take back the product. Once you want to sell it, that you want to buy a new TV, you give your TV or some other product. They will give you that, you have to give that slip to them. They will give you 500, 600, 1,000, whatever is kept, 200, even the milk bags, everything. We should think that the policy are supposed to return and take your money back. The cloth bags, very good idea. Oh, every idea is too good, too good. So we our own prepare bags, cloth bags ourselves, and we only take. We don't depend on the bags, the plastic bags they give. So many solutions, so many. Only thing is implementation. Important implementation of all the ideas, policies should be very well integrated. Is very important. Sir, dear sirs, management team, I want to so much excited. I'm really glad. So this topic, SDG, yes, SDG linking with plastic is a very good subject. As madam said that I counted out of 17, this plastic can be linked to 12 SDGs. Even the first one, no poverty, also like. There are people, they are accessible for collection. So they can get employment to that. So we can link to one also. So like I checked 12 SDGs are linked. Very good subject you have taken. To say that, in addition to this, I am inviting all your school children to our projects. We are doing several projects on environment solutions. We have in Dundigal, very next nearby to you. That is the first project which I actually am instrumental in developing in 2001. That is the first India's landfill, secure engineered landfill facility. It's 200-acre government land. It looks like a park rather than a waste management facility. We celebrate some functions there. And we have a power plant, another government dump site, 350 acres at Jawaharnagar, where we are generating power from municipal waste. Once they see that, their brains will go get too much excited and they will give good ideas to us. And even when we walk through all these things, we ourselves feel very happy. Today, we have come up with some solutions. There is nothing that can go as a waste. We have a lot of R&D projects. I personally come to demonstrate, show some of the projects from the waste, hazardous waste. We are recovering some materials which we can put it in the market, reuse, sell as a product. We are trying to reduce. Once upon a time, we started with disposal. We want to convert no disposal, only recycle. So in the process, we are trying to reduce the waste going into landfills, the waste going into incineration or burning. So how best I can recover my as an energy or as a resource or a raw material elsewhere to others. I will divert. So which we are counting. Now we are making data. So I wanted to demonstrate to all of you people, we have at least 10 projects. In Dundigal, another power plant is coming under construction. In same Dundigal, one more first of its kind plant, recovery of precious metals from the electronics. We are going to manufacture gold, platinum, palladium, and other so many rare metals, in addition to copper, silver, etc. etc. That's the biggest refinery that is going to come in few months, maybe August. So that's a world-class facility. So what I want, like when I see the children, they have a lot of potential, so they should be exposed to various real-time applications. Then their thinking will be much 10 times, 100 times. I want to share some experience, so many experiences I am getting. Like now when I studied 40 years back, so many resources, so many things like this. Big universities, we don't have a small equipment. I used to go to Baba Atomic Research Center, luckily with my professor's support, I did all my research there for gas chromatograph or some other here NGRI for my ICP and all. It's not possible for many people. Today, they have a lot of things. Why I'm referring this, exposure is important. I used to think that gas chromatography means something like, I don't know, I'm not seeing that. And I really see that. And I really used it. Hey, oh, this is what? Theory is different, practical is different, application is different, scale up is different. It is not on the, it will not be like on the paper. When you really do something, 100 problems will come. So, seeing is really important by our own eyes. Then it will give a different picture. So, I am open invitation to all of you, anytime, anywhere, maybe staggered, maybe united. You can visit, depending on your availability. We will give you, try to give you what is environment, what are the various things, what are the various kinds of waste. We are handling India's 70% of waste. It may be hazardous waste, it may be a hospital waste, it may be a municipal waste, it may be entire Hyderabad, more than 6,000 tons of waste is being processed at one place, Jawaharnagar. That is the biggest plant in the country, nowhere else. Even Delhi, Mumbai, all those places open. This is a too big a plant. You can see that. And why I want to tell that every waste can be utilized. Maybe we have electronic waste, we have construction demolition waste. Few 100,000 tons of waste dumping these demolition things and choking the drains, and we 100% recycling to sand or the metal or any construction applications. And like this in Hyderabad itself, there are more than 10 plants. So on every kind of waste. So you have opportunity to see that. And yes, we have a lot of R&D projects. We wanted to provide solution on every environment related water, wastewater, effluent management, etc., etc. I think I may be deviating, but I want to inform, and I'm so excited to be here. And the talent that they have, and the guidance by the teachers and the management providing so many opportunities, facilities. I have seen maybe big IITs or I think 6-7 IITs I have addressed, and so many institutes. I have not seen this kind of this very big platform where students have opportunity, and the faculty are very, very highly knowledgeable. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom and the opportunity you have given to our students. Definitely, as being principals, we will definitely take an advantage of this and we'll put it into one of our field trips. Thank you so much, sir. And may I request Ms. Vani, the Central Head of Mass, to take us forward. Let us know what's in store for us.
So, good evening, dear parents. Once again, thank you so much for your knowledgeable and informative words, sir. And it's really an honor for all of us to listen to you today. So, dear parents, after listening to the wonderful words of our guests and also listening to the very, very high voltage presentations of our students, now it is the time for a small cultural presentation. So, Kalalu అనేవి మనుషుల్లోని ప్రతిభను సృజనాత్మకతను తెలుపుతాయి. అటువంటి వాటిలో అద్భుతమైన కళ జానపద కళ. ఈ జానపద కళలో అన్నిటికంటే ముఖ్యమైనది బుర్రకథ. ఈ బుర్రకథను ప్రదర్శించడానికి మీ ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు క్రీక్ ప్లానెట్ స్కూల్ సీనియర్ సీట్స్ విద్యార్థులు. వెల్కమ్ కిడ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు లాస్య. నేను క్రీక్ సీనియర్ సీట్స్ విద్యార్థులం. ఈ రోజు జానపద కళారూపాల్లో ఒకటైనటువంటి బుర్రకథను ప్రదర్శించబోతున్నాను. మరి బుర్రకథలో కథకుడు వంత పాడేవారు ఉంటారు. జయము జయము మన భారత మాతకు, జయము దిగ్విజయము. ఈరోజు ఏ కథ చెప్పుకోబోతున్నాము? ఏదో కాదురా, నెలమహారాజుల కథ కానీ, పాండవుల కథ కానీ, కౌరవుల కథ కానీ. కాదురా తమ్ముడా, వీరు విరసించిన భారత భూమి, రాజనాలు పండించే రతనాల నేల. మరి ఈ నేలపై ప్రజలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న సమస్యలు, వాటి పరిష్కారాల గురించి చెప్పుకున్నాము. ఏంటనే సోదరా? సేంద్రియ వస్తువులు వాడకం తగ్గి కృత్రిమ వస్తువులు వాడకం వల్ల ప్రజలు ఎన్నో అనారోగ్య సమస్యలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నారు.
అవునవును, ఇప్పుడంతా ప్లాస్టిక్ యుగమే కదా. ప్రజలందరికీ అందంగా తయారైన ప్లాస్టిక్ వస్తువులపై మోజు పెరిగింది.
ఎందుకో నేను చెప్తా. అవి మట్టి వస్తువుల లెక్క త్వరగా కుళ్ళిపోవు, కాగితం లెక్క త్వరగా చిరిగిపోవు.
కానీ ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడడం వల్ల ఎన్నో నష్టాలు ఉన్నాయి. అవి మీకు తెలుసా?
ఏంటి సోదరా, మాకు చెప్పవా?
అయ్యలారా, అమ్మలారా, భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం మన భారత భూమి. పంటలు పండే బంగారు నేలపై విషవాయువుల విడుదలతో ఎన్నో జీవరాశుల మరణాలు.
అయ్యయ్యో, ప్లాస్టిక్ సంచులు భూమి పొరల్లో. మీకు చెప్పడం మర్చిపోయాను. ప్లాస్టిక్ ని మన తెలుగు భాషలో కృత్రిమ పాలిమర్ మిశ్రమం అంటారు. అవి భూమి పొరల్లో ఉండి ఎన్నో సంవత్సరాలైనా నశించకుండా ఉండడం వల్ల పంటలు సరిగ్గా పండటలేదు.
చెరువుల్లో, కాలువల్లో, జలాశయాల్లో ఉండే చేపలు, కప్పలు, తాబేళ్లు చనిపోతున్నాయి. వీటన్నిటికీ కారణం ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడకం.
పోనీ వాటిని కాల్చేద్దామా అనుకుంటే ప్లాస్టిక్ కాల్చినప్పుడు వచ్చే విషవాయువులు మరింత ప్రమాదం. ఆ పొగను మనం పీల్చితే ప్రాణాలకే హానికరం.
మరి దీనికి నివారణ లేదా? ఎందుకు లేదు? మనం ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడకాన్ని పూర్తిగా మానేయాలి. వీటికి బదులు కాగితపు వస్తువులు మరియు మట్టి వస్తువులను వాడాలి.
ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ మొక్కలను నాటాలి.
మన పర్యావరణాన్ని మనమే కాపాడుకోవాలి. మన భావితరాలకు మనమే ఆదర్శంగా నిలవాలి.
అవునవును, ఆదర్శం కావాలి.
ఇంతటితో మా బుర్రకథ సమాప్తం. ధన్యవాదాలు.
బహుప్రదర్శించితివి, చాలా బాగుంది. Right, the curiosity has been unfolded to a certain extent by the presentations of students from 1 to 6. Now it's the time for the students from 7 to 11. So let me call upon the 7th member, and that is none other than Sishir Modi, the head boy of Berkeley campus.
Children, you're doing a wonderful job, but then, I have a small request to keep up the time. Like, if we can speak for 5 minutes and then go on to the question, it would be great, because I think, more than 70% of you are left out, right? All the best.
A very good afternoon to everyone present. I'm Shishir from grade 10 of the Creek Plant School Mercury Camp. Today, let's talk about plastic and what could be an alternative. Let's look at the background of it. Let's look at the background of the project. Let's look at why we have come to the solution. Plastic has taken over the world now. What was once considered a boon is now a bane. This necessity has many demerits to it, like its non-biodegradable nature makes it take a lot of time and heat to weather away. Plastic has taken the life of many aquatic animals as it has been thrown away into water bodies without regulation. Instead of being reused like its original purpose was, plastic is being mass produced and can be seen everywhere we look. According to a 2016 report, 480 billion plastic bottles were produced in 2016 alone, which is an increase of 300 billion in 1 decade. 1 trillion plastic bags are produced annually, which equates to 2 million per minute. 500 million straws are produced daily. Did you know that the amount of bubble wraps produced annually could be used to wrap around 10 times around the equator? So let's come to the concept of today. A viable alternative to plastic that has the capacity to replace it in many sectors is milk. Casein is a protein found in huge quantities in milk. It has been found to be a viable alternative to plastic. Casein-based plastic first originated in 1897 when Adolf Spittler and his associate W. Krish discovered that casein becomes hard and insoluble when treated with formaldehyde. This began the era of eco-friendly plastic. The modern form of casein plastic doesn't crack easily and is already being used in a few parts of the world. It just needs a boost to become mainstream. Where is casein used though? As shown before, plastic poses a lot of threats in form of small commodities. Casein replaces this in various fields, such as pens, sewing materials, medicine, edible packaging, jewelry, paint industry, etc. This gives casein plastic a huge boost over other alternatives as it can be used in multiple fields. For example, jute might only be used as a jute bag, but not as pens or paints, for example. Casein can do that, however. Casein aims to be an overall replacement for plastic. France and Germany already use casein-based products the most. In India too, Doshi and Sons are one of the principal suppliers, exporters, and manufacturers of casein. A few interesting facts about casein plastic are 200 grams of casein plastic can be made from 1 liter of milk. Now that might sound really low, but on average, the weight of a plastic bag is 8 grams. So casein has a potential to replace it there. India could become the largest producer of casein plastic as it is the largest producer of milk in the world. Casein makes up 80% of all proteins in milk. Let's assume we are producing casein now. What would be the challenges and opportunities we would face? A few challenges that would come ahead of us would be that casein plastic takes up about 7 months in production. A lot of raw material, that is milk is required. This can easily be tackled though, as India is the largest producer of milk in the world and the government has plans to develop production by the decade. In the current state, casein is not widely produced all around the world. Casein also brings forward many opportunities. They are, casein is predicted to become the next booming business, worth over $1 billion. The market for casein is expected to grow over 5.9% after 2026. Casein is edible, biodegradable, and hence doesn't harm any animals in case of accidental intake. Casein plastic is rigid and compressible, just like plastic. Now the question that arises is, how do we make casein? There's a simple 6 steps process that one can follow to make casein right at home. These are, heat up milk until it is warm, but not boiling. Wait till it warms up. Add vinegar. Vinegar here acts as an acidic medium for casein to split up from milk. Stir the mixture up to speed up the process. Separate the rest of the liquid to obtain a powderish clay-like substance, which is casein. You've got casein now. Let's come to the conclusion. Casein can be and is already being used as an alternative to plastic. It just needs the right push to become mainstream. We all love milk. Casein just gives us another reason to love it more. So while there is no silver bullet for making plastics greener, a combination of revitalizing old ideas and revolutionizing plastic technology is a step in the right direction. Here are a few resources that we've gone through. And thank you. The stage is open for questions.
Prashant.
No one. Very good project. This is very good. But let us think. Let us understand how we can take out casein from the milk without adding. Maybe you can do anything what you want, but I want to use the milk products as well. Take out Kessi, but use the other portion for some other use. We should not waste that.
It's not wasted, sir. It is used
So
up.
that is what also you can integrate. So that should be like milk is not an easy thing. The milk should be whatever the of the milk we should eat that. That's the only thing we can present. And we should think of how best we can use the rest of the portion. Minus
The rest of the portion is usually used in production of casing milk itself, sir. So the entirety of the milk is used. And if there is any excess, it can be used in fertilizers and unused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shusha. Well done, and hope you would take the advice given to you. Next coming up is Anusha Mathur from Orbit Campus.
A very good afternoon to all present here. My name is Anusha. I study in grade 8 and I'm here to Today I'm here to present my idea to reduce single-use plastic. Well, my idea name is scanner straps. Before going to the idea, let me first introduce you to plastic. Plastic is a mysterious material. It is inexpensive, lightweight, and durable. As a consequence, it has increased markedly over the last 60 years. Moving ahead, plastic, is it a boon or curse? Plastic isn't the problem. The way we use it makes it problematic. Ultimately, we need to understand that not all plastics are terrible. Around 4% of world oil and gas production, a non-renewable resource, is used as raw material for producing plastic. According to United Nations Environment Program, the waste management hierarchy shows that the best way to reduce single-use plastic is by preventing as much as possible, because its complete ban will not be justified. So I have chosen to go with second step, minimization. What is the main concept? The United Nations Environment Program estimates that 4.8 million tons, of which 14% is all solid waste, produced each year only by the tourists. If we look at the data, out of 9.46 million tons of plastic waste generated in our country, 43% is single-use plastic. By this data, I have come to know that most of the single-use plastic is used by the travelers. Minimization can be done in many ways, but the most of the contribution can be done by travelers. Usage can be reduced by limiting the usage by setting up the scanners. Now, how are the scanners going to work? With the use of radio frequency identification technology and digital vehicle scan, the scanner scans the whole vehicle and detects the amount of plastic present in it. If the vehicle has above the limit of single-use plastic in it, then they would be charged as well as the plastic would be collected. If vehicle has less amount of plastic, then the vehicle would be put into conveyor belt and dropped to their desired exit. Let us now see the video. How is this actually going to work? Challenges that would occur in this idea would be the machinery's cost, the monetary work should be checked regularly, and people working in single-use plastic manufacturing unit would face problems. Opportunity or benefit with this idea would be since plastic is mainly made from petrochemicals, if plastic usage is limited, there are pretty good chances for availability of fossil fuels for other purposes. To conclude, scanners can make us understand and limit the usage of plastic. And remember that no plastic is fantastic. Thank you. And now I am open for the questions.
Very good. And you really kept us watching video. It's a great idea. What I want to tell here, rather than doing this kind of a business, we should ban manufacture of single-use plastic. That should be the solution. This is too cumbersome, too expensive. People don't like to stay so much time. A lot of extras, a lot of this. Fine. The idea is too good, excellent, very technology oriented. Fine. What I want, the best solution is no manufacture. That's it. That should be the only idea. It will work. Thanks for very good, amazing.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anusha. And you kept the audience alluring with your video, as Sir said. Let's move ahead with Jashmita of Venus campus.
Greetings of the day to everyone present here. This is Yashmita studying in grade 9, representing the Creek Planet School Venus campus. Today, I'm here to talk about edible cutlery, which mainly focuses on reduce and rethink. Whenever I travel with my family, I used to feel terribly guilty about using plastic cutlery because it created so much plastic waste. Why couldn't we create an alternative? Non-recycled plastic waste is contaminating the earth and its wildlife population. Plastic utensils have cancerous properties to begin with that can end up in people's food in small amounts, which is really dangerous. Do you all know that India alone produces about 120 billion pieces of plastic cutlery in a single year? So what could be a possible solution for this? Ever heard of edible spoons or plates? The answer would be no, because all we have been using throughout our life until now is plastic, steel, and wooden cutlery. Edible cutlery is the solution. It is an eco-friendly alternative to plastic disposable cutlery. It is an easy replacement too. Edible cutlery is high convenience and biodegradable. Now, you might all question me, why edible cutlery? They are eco-friendly. They help limit plastic waste and are completely biodegradable. Plastic cutlery takes over 400 years to photodegrade, whereas edible utensils are made of safe-to-eat ingredients and are also safe for the environment. They are functional. They come in the shapes of forks, spoons, chopsticks, plates, and bowls. They can last up to 8 to 10 days, and if not consumed by the expiry date, just pour water over it or compost it. It degrades within 3 days. They are delicious. We can make them in 3 different flavors: plain, sweet, and savory. But they don't overpower the taste of our food. They are also nutritious. Edible utensils are good for the health of our body. It is because they offer iron, protein, fiber, and calcium. So how can edible cutlery be made at home? All we need to make a edible healthy spoon is 250 grams of flour. Any flour can be used like wheat, rice, or millets like ragi, bajra, and jowar. 3 tablespoons of olive oil or butter, 50 ml of water, 50 grams of brown sugar, and a metal spoon in the size of a choice. Mix the ingredients in a bowl to form a smooth, firm dough. Cut out the shapes and press them into the thinly greased spoon. Bake them for 10 to 15 minutes until they turn light brown. Eat with the spoon and then eat the spoon alone. This is the edible cutlery that I have made. Application. Where all can edible cutlery be used? Edible cutlery is perfect for all kinds of events, such as fancy dinner parties, theme parties, weddings, corporate events, and much more. The products are vegetarian and are manufactured using all natural ingredients and other types of flour. so every person can use them. It is very useful for us during travel and in places where there's water scarcity. Women can be employed in the manufacturing sector. So in turn, the unemployment rate decreases in India and also there is economic development. Coming to the conclusion, plastic waste disposal is a major cause of concern. Among plastic waste, disposal of plastic utensils is significant and has a tremendous impact on the surrounding environment. As an alternative to plastic utensils, I have come up with edible tableware. The rapid degradation of edible tableware will surely benefit the environment and enhance the sustainability. In a situation where a person is encountered with an environmental issue, they either act as an individual or they feel amenable to represent the world to tackle it. To make our world a better place, I, Jashmita, along with my friends, would love to replace the tableware in the canteens of our 3 Planets School. I would like to conclude by saying, cut the plastic from your diet and not the carbs. Thank you. I'm open for questions now.
Jashmita gave us a very good idea that you eat with something and eat the same pork also. Very good, very interesting. We will also go and try. Okay. One thing I want to tell you, in this, what is opportunity for improvement is like, we can think of. Number one is economics. Always I tell. Unless it is better that it is cheaper to utilize. It should be cheaper, it should be non-reactive, it should be versatile, it should be hard to use. All these things should be there when we find out some alternate. And the shelf life, how you can increase the shelf life by various other applications without your original concept should not go wrong. So try to see that how you can increase the shelf life.
Yes.
And at the same time, it should be edible and it should not be harmful.
Yes.
Good.
No, sir, it's not reusable. Once we eat the food with it, we can directly consume the spoon or the plate we are using. It's not wasted, sir. This can also be made. Thank you.
Ensure that the cutlery is too tasty that before the food we eat that and mix it down. Yeah, that's nice, Jashmita. Good things, right? Next comes Ravik Palutla, but before that, a small announcement, dear children. Keep it short, the time limit which is being given to you. Be brief enough because we are running short of time. Come, Ravik.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Kutik Palutla of grade 10, and my topic for the science symposium is bioplastics and water soluble plastics.
It is a very well-known fact that plastics have a lot of disadvantages. They are non-biodegradable, they cause pollution, and they affect marine and terrestrial life. Though plastics have a lot of uses, these problems need to be addressed. But not all plastics cause these problems. In fact, we actually have plastics that can overcome all the disadvantages of traditional plastic. These plastics are bioplastics. So, what are these? Bioplastics are plastic materials made up of chemical compounds that are obtained from renewable sources. They are hence derived from biomass sources. Water-soluble plastics are a subset of bioplastics. Now, let's talk about three classes of bioplastics without going into any technical details. First, starch-based plastic. Starch-based plastics represent the most widely used types of bioplastics. They are derived from starch, which is abundant and cheap. These are biodegradable and combustible. Additives and other plastics are added for desired properties. Blends of starch-based plastics have many uses. Now, how can we make starch-based plastic? First, we take cassava starch, we then melt, pour it onto a glass and let it dry. Finally, we add glycerol as a plasticizer and obtain plastic. Secondly, PHAs or polyhydroxyalkanoates. That sounds like a long and complicated term, but it is fairly simple to understand. Poly means it is a polymer. Hydroxy refers to a OH minus group. And alcohol means it is a carbon compound. These plastics are biodegradable and are used in the production of bioplastics. Now to make PHA, we need a live culture of the microorganism Cupripedius nigrita. After nurturing it to a certain level, we then make micronutrients and oxygen deficient, forcing the bacteria to synthesize PHA in the form of granules. The cells are then disrupted and PHA is collected. Now, for the final part of this presentation, water-soluble plastics. These plastics are those which dissolve in water upon contact. This happens as the polymers break apart when in contact with water. Water-soluble plastics can dissolve in both hot and cold water. These plastics have a wide variety of uses and are an excellent alternative to plastic. Most water-soluble plastics are derivatives of a compound called polyvinyl alcohol, PVA. PVA is a water-soluble synthetic polymer that is already produced for various other purposes. PVA is not prepared by the normal method, polymerization, but by hydrolysis through a process called trans-esterification. It is then plasticized to obtain water-soluble plastics. Some challenges to the production of bioplastics include cost, difference in properties, and lack of cohesive research. Also, not all bioplastics are non-biodegradable, and there is some concern over the use of biological resources for the production of bioplastics. However, in terms of opportunities, investment and research have increased. Bioplastics have started to replace normal plastics and are revolutionary. They can lead to major changes in how we make and use plastic. So I would like to conclude by saying that the use of bioplastics is ever increasing. Companies have actively begun to use them, and awareness among people has risen. This paints a bright future for these plastics. Thank you for your time. I will now take any questions you might have.
Yeah, it is very good. And it is going to be future and replacing the conventional plastics. Only thing is there are some challenges you said. So we have to overcome and see that how it will really really replace on the techno-economically viable as a right.
Thank you, sir.
Good presentation, Ritvik. Short, sweet, crisp. Right. Hoping the next also to be so crisp enough. Calling upon Raghunandan from US.
Greetings from the all present here. I'm from the Greek Planet School Venus campus. I'm Raghu from 683. The title of my paper presentation is Plascon, the Energy Converter. Plastic is a boon for the environment because plastic is inexpensive, durable, and lightweight. Yet, plastic has become a very dangerous problem. And today, the world population produces around 260 million tons of plastic every year. And all this plastic waste is ending up in the oceans. So, I researched on different processes to recycle plastic and choose Plascon because the Plascon system converts the plastic waste into useful resources. Now, you may ask me that why is recycling plastic very important? If we want to leave the planet for our future generations, we need to recycle plastic. And it is good for the environment since we are making new products from the old products, which we are not using. By recycling plastic, we can save energy and reduce carbon dioxide emissions. As plastic takes thousands of years to biodegrade, we should recycle plastic, or else the plastic waste will be accumulated in the landfill and harm the environment. And this Plascon system has been established by Maki Energy in Denmark in 2019. With the Plascon system, it is possible to convert harmful plastic waste into resources. So, Plascon turns a global problem into useful resources. Plascon converts the harmful plastic waste into pyrolysis oil, syngas, and carbon. And we can use these resources again. For example, in the production of electricity, new plastic products, and as a low-emission fuel for ships and rockets. My research tells that with the Plascon system, 25 tons of all plastic waste per day can be converted into useful resources. From that 25 tons of plastic waste, about 10% of the plastic waste can be converted into carbon black, which can be used to color new plastic materials. And about 15% of the plastic waste can be turned into syngas, which is used in the production of hydrogen. And about 75% of the plastic waste has been turned into pyrolysis oil, which can be used to create new plastic materials or processed to become 60% of marine gas oil and 40% of naphtha. For the Plascon system, we need a lot of plastic waste to keep it operational. So, we can collect all the waste from the industries, households, and water bodies. From the water bodies, there is a machine which is called as a solar energy plastic waste collector that collects all the waste from the water bodies, and all the collected waste will be sent to the Plascon system. Now let's see how this plastic waste is converted into useful resources. In the second stage, the plastic waste collected will be sent to the shredder, where it cuts all the waste into small pieces. In the third stage, the shredded waste is sent to sorting mechanisms that will remove pollution like glass, sand, metal, stones, and organic materials. In the fourth stage, the plastic pieces are heated and melted using a densifier at 200 degrees Celsius. And so this decreases the volume by 60 to 80%. In the fifth stage, the reactor vaporizes the mass in an oxygen-free environment in the pyrolysis unit. In this unit, the first product is extracted, which is the carbon black. About 10% of the plastic waste has been turned into carbon black that can be used to color new plastic materials. In the sixth stage, the vapor from the reactor will be sent to condensers, which will be liquefied into crude oil. In this unit, the second product is syngas. About 50% of the plastic waste has been turned into syngas that can be used to produce hydrogen. In the same unit, the third product, pyrolysis oil, is up here. About 75% of the plastic waste has been turned into pyrolysis oil. This can be used to produce new plastic materials or processed to become 60% of marine gas oil, which can serve as a low-emission fuel for ships and trucks, and 40% of naphtha, which can be used in the production of new plastic items. Now, let's see some main opportunities of Plascon. The Plascon system solves the part of the plastic waste problem, and it produces the resources efficient. The Plascon system also promotes reuse and resource conservation. It produces marine gas oil matching 2020 emission regulations. It turns trash into cash. With the Plascon solution, it is possible to combine environmental and business interests, simply converting harmful plastic waste into useful resources, as it is good for both planet and profit. Now, let's see some main challenges of Plascon. It is hard to implement the Plascon system. The fuel oils extracted using higher temperatures also produce higher emissions than those produced using low emissions. And we need a lot of plastic waste to continuously to keep the Plascon system operational. Conclusion. So I conclude that in the future, with better technology and equipment, I would like to implement this Plascon system in our country. Thank you. And I'm open for questions.
Just tell your name, I forgot. Raghu. Raghu, you are actually you opened up all the secrets. Like no, you gave entire program on the schematic. And, there is nothing that there is no scope for improvement from. There will be some people like me can copy and do something. It's data. So very good. Really, excellent. You have gave, it is nothing but plastic pyrolysis, but you gave a good name, Plascon. Why? What is the difference? Why that name Plascon says?
Sir, Plascon means plast means that it's plastic, and con means like it's a converter, so it converts plastic.
Very good name, right? And very good. That right from collection is segregation, making it viable for segregation, then automatic segregation, and then the process, and then the product. 100%, 15, 10, 15, 75. Very well presented. Excellent. Very good.
Thank you.
Well done, Raghu. Thank you so much. Dear audience, you have heard from one of our eminent speaker and his modesty in inviting our students. I take privilege in informing you that the other speaker of the day, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, could not make it to the venue, but has been kind enough to share his views with us. Before playing that, I call Ms. Valli, the Center Head of Senior Seeds Uranus, to introduce him to all of us. A very good evening, one and all. Sri Jayesh Ranjan is a member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and working in the state of Telangana. He is the Principal Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology departments of the Telangana government. His assignment involves developing policy frameworks, attracting new investments, identifying opportunities for utilizing IT in various government processes, and promoting the digital empowerment of the citizens. His last few assignments have been in the industrial promotion sector as Commissioner and MD of the Industries Department, Secretary in the Tourism Promotion Department, and Vice Chairman of the Hyderabad Urban Development Authority, all for 2 to 3 years each, and various rural assignments in different parts of the state for over 12 years, working in diverse sectors like tribal development, natural resources management, poverty alleviation, and other related social development sectors. Sri Jayesh Ranjan supports many social, cultural, and charitable causes and is on the boards of advisory committees of United Way, Save a Child's Heart Foundation, Young Lives India, Save the Children, Sparsh Hospice, Happiness, ML Jaisimha Sports Foundation, Hyderabad 10K Foundation, Vijaya Foundation Trust, Usha Lakshmi Breast Cancer Foundation, LSM Foundation, Tejas Foundation, Magic Bus Hyderabad, World Wildlife Fund. Hyderabad Literary Festival, Spicy Mackey, Hero Child Foundation, Moving Images, Society to Aid the Hearing Impaired, and Institute of Public Enterprises. Thank you.
Government. I'm delighted that the Green Rebound is organizing the symposium on the 28th that targets largely the students' community, and it is covering a very, very important theme of sustainability. I would have loved to attend this event in person and be in front of you and talk to you, but unfortunately that is not working out, and therefore I'm recording this short message for you. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that this important theme is getting covered. We are seeing the way the world is developing around us, and the issues of sustainability are becoming even greater concern for all of us. We have sustainable development goals and all kinds of global commitments, national commitments, but unfortunately, we don't see too much of action following up on the ground. In Telangana, I feel very proud to share with you that sustainability is a very important mantra for us. But we have been given this very clear and very strong mandate from our leaders that development should not be at the cost of the environment. And if you look at some of the important programs that Telangana has rolled out, for example, many of you would be aware about Harita Haram, where massive tree plantation is going on. You would be aware about the mission Tatakia scheme, under which 40,000 plus lakes are getting rejuvenated. You must have been aware that Telangana is one of the leaders in solar energy generation. Some of you may be aware that we have a very progressive policy to encourage electric vehicles. So whatever we do, sustainability is really embedded in us. And the key takeaway I want all the students in particular to take from symposium of this kind is that development and sustainability is not an either or issue. You can balance between the both. You can have development, but you can also promote sustainable practices. I'm sure throughout the symposium, there will be many other speakers also will be reinforcing similar kind of messages. And I do hope that as you become older, you will become much more conscious, much more aware, and more responsible about every citizen's role in promoting sustainability. So good luck for the symposium. All the best.
Though you're not here, sir, thank you. And this would be reaching out to you, I'm sure about it. And in between, a little bit of entertainment is required. So let's call upon the students of TCPS Neptune, who would be presenting us with a message to the society. Right. Can I have the students on the stage, please?
किसी हल्दिया का दीवानी रुक जाएगा धरती का ये दम भी घुट जाएगा कि कुदरत की हंस हंस में जहर ये बस जाएगा प्लास्टिक ये हम सब मोहताज है कैसा ये समाज है कल्पना हो हाथों में आज है मौका ये अपना टिक 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 कसम ये खाए टिक 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 प्लास्टिक टिक ना पाए टिक 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 कसम ये खाए टिक 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 प्लास्टिक टिक ना पाए situation plastic situation plastic सारी उम्र हम मर मर के जी लिए पल तो हमें जी सारी उम्र हम मर मर के जी लिए एक पल तो हमें जीने दो सारी उम्र हम मर मर के जी लिए एक पल तो हमें जीने दो Give me some sunshine, give me some rain, give me another chance. I wanna grow up once again. Give me some sunshine, give me some rain, give me another chance. I wanna grow up once again. बचपन तो गया, जवानी भी गई, एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो बचपन तो गया जवानी भी गई एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो सारी उम्र हम मर मर के जी लिए एक पल तो अब हमें जीने दो Give me some sunshine, give me some rain, give me another chance. I wanna grow up once again. Give me some sunshine, give me some rain, give me another chance. I wanna grow up once again. Na 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 na.
Plastic is alone, and the rest all came back. They all resonated. Excellent message.
Thank you, dear kids. Got a good appreciation from our guest speaker. That itself states that how beautifully you have presented your show with exactly putting forward your message. Right, that was really a great thing. Can we have a round of applause for the coming? As they started, they said tick, tick, tick. Yes, the clock is ticking away. You can go, my dears. Thank you. Right? So, as I was stating, tick, 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 the clock is ticking away. Right? So, we'll start with the rest of the presentation from 12 to 16. Okay? So, here the list goes, and the first child who would be coming up is Varala Preeta, and the rule remains same, crisp and clear.
While the rule remains same, although we've been telling that still many of you are getting into the slides and reading and videos and other things. Please cut it. Otherwise, we'll have to time it, and you will be timed out before you finish your presentation. While you present, you have to keep up the time. Keep that in your head. Quick it should be. Please don't read. Right? I mean, if there is something, you will be asked during the question hour, and you can go. Okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Manoj. Good afternoon, Manoj Kasinka. This is Preeta from Creek Planet School, Medjugorje campus. Going to present my idea, the bioplastic composition. First, let's know about the background. So, what are we going to learn in this? Single-use plastic, which is PE, polyethyl terephthalate. The problems, water bodies, and land. Marine animals and terrestrial animals, and consumer steels with effects on humans. So let us find a solution. Plastic. Only 9, a survey which is done by the Deccan Chronic on Feb 22nd, only 9% of the whole plastic is biodegradable. Then what happens to the rest 91% of the plastic? In this 91% of the plastic, 12% is incinerated, burned, and the 79% is accused or dumped into the nature. So from this 79%, the 50% is the single-use plastic, which is PET. The problems which I identified was this plastic is no longer used after the consumer uses it for the single use, and the plastic is broken down into smaller fragments called microplastics that pollute the ecosystem. And particularly with the microplastic in animal gut cause a real-time problem. And this billion items of the plastic which go into the rivers and ocean affect them. Data. So in this single-use plastic, the chemicals which are non-biodegradable and biodegradable are slurry, which is non-biodegradable. So instead this, we use the biodegradable slurry. And the second is glycol, which is biodegradable itself. And the PTA is non-biodegradable. So we extend it with, as the bioslurry is added, the PTA also becomes the biodegradable. And then EG, ethyl glycol, is biodegradable itself. And then the PET is formed. So this PET is non-biodegradable. But when we add bioslurry and bio-PTA, this PET also becomes biodegradable. So how this happens? in the slurry mixture where the castellate liquid phase of oxidation of paraxylene acetic acid is formed into balls, and this balls is moved into the nitrogen pipe and then to the stainless steel pipe. There, PTA is extracted and slurry is also extracted. After this, the acidification process occurs, in which the slurry is heated up from 100 degrees Celsius to 295 degrees Celsius. So when this happens, the glycol is extracted. So next, in the depolymerization process, this glycol which is extracted from the acidification process is added to ethyl, where ethyl glycol is also formed. So in the last step, polymerization, the PTA, which is formed from the slurry mixture, and ethyl glucol, which is formed from the pre-polymerization process, is mixed together and form PET. But the problem comes here. This PET which is formed is non-biodegradable. So how can we convert this into biodegradable? In the slurry mixture, when where slurry is non-biodegradable, we exchange with a biodegradable slurry which is provided in the market. And then in the acidification process, this slurry itself is the biodegradable slurry is itself heated. So the glycol which is produced, the outcome which is glycol, is itself biodegradable. And then in the polymerization process, where this ethyl is added to the glycol, which is already biodegradable, and then in the pre-polymerization, the PTA, which occurs in the first process, is also biodegradable. And glycol is both mixed together and forms a biodegradable mixture. Challenges. According to the BTC, the focus of biodegradable plastic takes 3 to 6 months to fully decompose, and the plant is set up to produce 245 tons per day. The opportunities. Even though it takes 3 to 4 months, it decomposes, right? And even bioplastic takes more time with less quality, less quantity than the presence of plastic. It helps the environment. So this is the chart work we did. Let's brief out what we have learned till now. First, we have found the data, what chemicals are used for making PET, which is slurry, glycol, PTA, and EG. Then we have learned the process of making PET and changed it into bio-PET. Then the uses of bio-PET are, they can be used for, as plastic is eaten by animals, it causes 4 to 5 hours of surgery for them. So if this bio-PET is replaced, then like even if they eat the plastic by mistake, they don't have any harm, and the marine animals too. And this can be used as a fertilizer, as this biodegrades and is helpful for the farmers because it is cheaper than the real fertilizer. And it's good for people also because people eat marine animals and texture animals which eat the PET, but now if the PET is turned into bio-PET, it helps the animals as well as the humans. Conclusion. So if you change this PTA into bio-PTA and form PET, this will help our humans, and presently no company or industry is making this plastic with this composition, but few industries are making the raw material for other purposes. Thank you. I'm ready to be answered.
Audience, if anybody is having questions for Preeta, most welcome to ask her. Or else we will be moving ahead with the next participant. Thank you, Preeta. That was really great. Let me call upon Catherine from Venus campus.
Warm greetings to all the heads, jury members, parents, and all my dear friends. I'm Catherine from grade 7, belonging to the Greek Planet School, Venus campus, and representing Science Symposium 2022. My title is Biodegradable Plastic from Banana Peels. I got this idea while I was researching about the lesson wastewater story, which was in our science textbook. I found out that by 2050, there will be plastic more than fish in all the water bodies, and marine creatures are getting affected by this plastic. And the people who helped me are Gaurina, Pratyushanam, and my team members Nishan, Kartikeya, Ramshishir, and Jishita. And the problem identified here is environmental pollution is one of the most serious problems faced on humanity and other life forms. Environmental pollution is a global problem and is common to both developed and developing countries. So I came up with a beautiful solution that is biodegradable plastic. We can make biodegradable plastic with many things like cornstarch, jackfruit, mango peel, Iranian seeds, nutmeg, etc. But I choose to do it with banana peels as it is a bit easier and can do it with any banana peel. It is good if we can do it with unripe banana as it contains more starch compared to ripe banana. It is great manure for plants and it is edible. And the data I collected is 2 by 3 of all the water creatures have ingested plastic. And 8 million tons of plastic reaches our oceans each year. And around 80% of marine debris and pollution is plastic. About 335 million metric tons of plastic is created per year, and 50% of this is plastic. And this plastic is single use. Microplastics are multicolored pieces of plastic that can be found in a handful of sand at the beach or in the ocean. And the elements of the mixture are banana peel, it's a great source of starch. Vinegar, it's an acid part and plasticizer. Honey, it's a sugar component and plasticizer. Cinnamon, it gives great smell and mold inhibitor. Thyme is also a mold inhibitor. You can also use glycerin as it provides waterproof. And the procedure for this is cut them into small pieces, then grind them a little, then heat it till it boils. Drain the water with the help of a sponge. Add thyme, cinnamon, honey, and vinegar. Spread it in a baking paper and dry it for 1 to 2 days. And the product is ready. I have a small square piece of ready-made plastic. And application. Bioplastics can be used to manufacture shopping bags, food wraps, food covers, packaging, straws, etc. These plastics are also used in non-disposable applications, including mobile phone casings, vehicle fresheners, carpets, etc. And the advantages are, we can prepare this very easily at home. It is edible. decomposes fast and is a very good manure, we can employ people and earn money. And here I have conclusion. Bioplastic are the new generation plastic which has become popular in this world only because of the significant property like biodegradability. Thank you. I'm open for questions. And this is a bioplastic piece I have here.
Audience, any questions for her? A very nice project and explanation, Kathy. How many bananas did you use to make that piece of plastic? One banana, I got that much. Okay, that's nice. How durable is your plastic? Like, can you use liquids? Can you pour liquids into those plastics?
Yes, ma'am. If we include glycerin in our mixture, we can.
So they become waterproof, right? Okay, thank you. Liquid is involved in that. To make that plastic bananas, now you are saying glycerin. You added honey. It's okay. Good.
You had a good cultural event before this. Jeene do. Bhai, jiyo na abhi. Maro tali achhi tarah se, right? That's great. Nice, no? But if she has taken so much of trouble to present it, they'll also feel motivated. Right, let me call upon Sahit Reddy from Orbit Campus. Sahiti Reddy, right? Sorry, dear.
A very good evening to one and all. I am Sahiti from class 7A1 of Orbit Campus. Now I am going to present about web drugs. Before going to the topic, I will introduce you to plastic. Plastic is unavoidable and useful, but can't be accumulated to a greater extent. Plastic is a boon for us, yet it has become a big problem for its disposal. Out of the plastic produced, only 9% of it is recycled. An estimation of 2 million plastic bags are used each minute in the world. Over past 50 years, the plastic usage of the world has doubled. Now, let us look at the data of garbage collection. Garbage collection of the world. There is an estimation of 11.2 billion tons of garbage collection every year in the world. As seen in the graph, USA collects the most garbage, and compared to USA, India collects less. Garbage collection in India. India produces 62 million tons of garbage per year, out of which only 70% is collected and rest 30% is in the form of ocean litter, road litter, etc. Garbage collection in Telangana. Telangana produces 7,000 metric tons of garbage. As per the graph, the garbage collection increased in 2019 compared to 2014. The main concept. Garbage segregation is a tedious process to be done after collecting garbage on a large scale. So, the segregation of garbage should be done at individual level. On an average, 0.74 kilograms of garbage is collected per person in a day. Out of the composition of waste generated, food, paper, and plastics have more than 50% of it. This generates up to 70% of greenhouse gases. As we have seen that the plastic production is increased, I have an idea to increase its collection and reuse it in the proper way. My idea is that the disposal of garbage can be done in an organized way by setting up a website and collecting plastic from houses. For this, the segregation must be done at the individual level. In the website, we should enter our name, mobile number, and our address. So the message will be reached to the volunteer, and volunteer will come and collect the plastic which is with us. How can people be benefited by this? This organization can get tied up with cab service organizations and give reward points to the customers so that they can use them when they go out. This organization can also get tied up with shopping malls, top restaurants, so that they give vouchers cards and discount cards in return to give plastic. Challenges and opportunities. Challenges are making up the website for easy accessibility and motivating households for giving plastic. Opportunity is as we give plastic to the recycling industry, this is an opportunity. I conclude, in this way, people also can be part of saving environment from at least some plastic. Thank you. I have some questions.
Audience, it's your turn. Quickly shoot out the questions which you have in your mind. Bali, Vani, Kilma. Anything? Children, any questions from your end? Thank you, Saifi. Children who have already done with their paper presentation, next paper presentation can be ready in the meantime. The children who have done with the paper presentation can go around to the exhibit area, and you can visit all the exhibits, because in 15 minutes we will be calling all the students inside, and we're pleased to see that none of them are going away. I mean, please contact your teachers. You can start publishing.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rajashri of grade 9 from the Greek Planet School, Mercury. I'm here to speak about my paper presentation, Goodbye Plastic. In recent years, concern has mounted over the increasing quantities of single-use plastic items that are becoming a part of our everyday lives. One of these items is the plastic drinking straws, billions of which are given out in cafes, restaurants, or as a part of takeaway meals every year. Concept. What are the problems caused by using plastic straws? They are non-biodegradable. They pollute ground and oceans, harms marine life. An example of this is a sea turtle where a small piece of plastic got stuck in its nostril and it had a hard time breathing. They are difficult to recycle, and as they are very small in size, it is even difficult to collect them. And they are made of toxic chemicals with materials which are harmful. Data collected. In the US, an estimated 500 million single-use plastic straws are used each day, while in Europe, the figure stands at 25.3 billion in a year. Of the 8,300 million metric tons of plastic that has ever been produced, a mere 9% has been recycled. Moreover, plastic straws are categorized as a type 5 plastic, which is less commonly recycled. So what is the solution? We can replace plastic straws with metal straws. People have started to switch to eco-friendly products like jute bags. But as the plastic straws are very small, no one is taking care of them. But small things make a huge difference. There are many people who use plastic straws every day and throw it away as it is a use and throw item. This causes a lot of waste. So instead, we can use metal straws which are reusable, recyclable, and do not cause harm to the environment. Challenges and opportunities faced while using metal straws. Challenges. You cannot use them on hot drinks, as metal is a good conductor of heat. When we use it on hot drinks or something, we can burn our hands. They can be, although they can be, metal straws could last for years, but purchasing them once can be slightly expensive. They have a hard texture and they're non-biodegradable. Opportunities. They are safe and durable. They're easy to clean. They can be reusable and recyclable. They're portable. As they're very hard, they won't break and we no need to worry about it. And it is a one-time investment. Conclusion. Metal straws are a great option to have when you're trying to live a greener lifestyle free from plastic. Small things make a large difference, and small actions have a large significance. Thank you. And now I'm open for questions.
Shall I walk to somebody with the mic? Parents? Anyone? No. Are you sure? No questions. That is true. Thank you. You're lucky. And people liked your concept. They understood very well, so no questions for you. Right? So let's move ahead. It is Yagnita Reddy from Orbit Campus.
A very good evening to everyone who are present here. I am Yagnita from grade 7 Orbit Campus. Today, I would like to share a presentation on the topic swap plastic. Now, what is plastic? We know that plastic is a non-biodegradable organic polymer. Plastic is used in materials like toys and other household objects. Large amounts of discarded plastics get accumulated in oceans as garbage islands and in land as landfills or blocking streams and waterways. Leaching of waste products from landfillings and fumes during incineration results in major health impacts on living things as well as polluting air, water, and soil. Plastic consumption throughout the world. This is the graph of plastic consumption throughout the world in years 2016, upcoming 2030, and 2050. Plastic consumption throughout India. This is the consumption of top 5 states of India in which plastic waste is produced. Coming to the main concept, nowadays the overusage of plastic items and the dumping of the household items as well as toys are identified as one of the major plastic waste which is accumulated and dumped into dump yards and landfills. To prevent this, one of the working solution is to swap plastic items. A web portal will be created and the information is shared within the community whenever there is a social gathering. The people within the community can swap the plastic items within them by using barter system, or they can even give the items for free. Challenges and opportunities. Coming to the challenges, items may be left over in the portal. People may not be ready to reuse the plastic items. Coming to the opportunities, we can get rid of things you no longer need but can be put to good reuse. This web portal can be avoided trashing of items in landfill. Working model of the web portal. My web portal is used to create a brief listing for each thing you are trying to get rid of. A quick picture and a short description is all you need. Now the question arises, what should we do when items are still left over in the sale? There's a pretty good chance that items can be left over in the sale. That doesn't mean you should hold on to them. Consider donating your items. Conclusion. Based on the Waste Management Outlook, UNEP 2015, prevention of the plastic at this point is not possible. So at least we can reuse the plastic goods to the maximum extent before they are disposed of. The reuse is not the complete solution to the burning issue, but it can be minimized to a greater extent. Small idea and a small step will bring big changes in the reuse of the plastic. Thank you. Now I'm open up for the questions. Swap plastic.
She has presented on swap plastic. Can we swap our questions and ask her quickly? Preeti, can I walk up to you? Idea was excellent. Your idea was extremely good of swapping the plastic. Can we have a round of applause for a big round of applause? That's great, Yamika. You did not leave the audience with any questions. That's great. Come on, let's moving on to Manvit of Mercury Campus. Let's see how many questions you will invite, Manvit.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Mandal and I am a Greek High School Mercury Campus, 10th grade. Through my paper presentation today, I would like to throw some light on mycelium, a practical replacement for plastic. Plastic is used to make almost everything, from toys to automobiles. For instance, a sitting on plastic chairs talking about how to replace plastic. Let's talk about a particular plastic which is replaced by mushrooms. Polystyrene. It comes under that kind of plastics which is not commonly recycled. General purpose polystyrene is clear, hard, brittle. Polystyrene has many items made out of it, like electronics, appliances, automobile parts, toys, gardening pots, and eating objects. Quite useful, isn't it? But it turns into threat in no time. Let's look at some data. Waste made up of polystyrene is dumped into oceans, and these plastics take years to degrade. A fishing rod made out of polystyrene takes 600 years to completely disappear. Polystyrene contains likely cancer-causing chemicals that can get into food and drinks they hold, making them dangerous to consume. Annually, about 8.3 million people die because of polystyrene. In India itself, about 2.33 million people expire due to polystyrene pollution. This toxin has no place in our homes, schools, and a food material. This leads us to our alternative, mycelium. Firstly, what is mycelium? Mycelium is the root-like structures of mushrooms. You can think of it like nature's internet. Many connections taking place between your legs. Where is mycelium found? I said it's the largest organism on Earth. But where is it found? It's found in fields, forests, and wooded areas. There's a protein named hyphae in mycelium which makes it visible to naked eye. How to farm mycelium? Farming mycelium contains 5 steps. Preparation of the environment. Firstly, we take cardboard and soak it in water for about 30 minutes, making it remove the layers. Next, we take a few mushrooms and cut their base parts. You can see the third picture for scale and keep them ready. In the third stage, we insert the cardboard layer in a box and spread the mushrooms evenly. In the fourth stage, we are going to store the box in a very dark room, allowing it to grow easily. In 2 or 3 weeks, the mycelium grows completely. How to make this mycelium into plastic? After we get the mycelium, we need to make it in the most common material, mycelium foam. This is done by storing mycelium with agricultural waste for about 2 to 3 weeks. The mycelium forms a white color substrate through the cardboard in few weeks. These are a few pictures of we growing mycelium. What are the challenges and opportunities? IKEA is using mushroom cups for its packaging and food materials. Higgins, a skincare brand, is packaging their candles and their skincare instruments in mycelium boxes. Mycelium can be used for flooring food. Mycelium leather is a new trend. The challenges for using mycelium can be it takes longer time to produce than normal plastics. It is not as fire resistant as compared to plastics. Its water resistivity reduces a long time. But few opportunities are it's biodegradable and non-toxic. It can be molded into any shape we desire. It can be farmed in a huge availability because it's the largest organism on Earth and you can give farmers contracts and make them profitable too. Here are few items made up of mycelium. A stool, landscape, packaging, a mycelium made house, and a cloth. I would like to end by saying, due to the reasons above, mycelium can be a good replacement for polystyrene. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
As you said, it is a replacement for polystyrene, right? Is it only for polystyrene or you can use it for any other purpose?
Only for polystyrene.
Okay, so because usually mycelium, there are few, you can say varieties which cause diseases also. So can it be used for wrapping food items or any other things like that?
Heating mycelium makes it not toxic.
Okay, heating makes it not toxic. Okay, thank you.
Any more challenges for him? Challenging question for Mohammed. He's very eager to answer them. Yes, I hope so. Sure. Thank you, Mohammed. It was a great presentation. We have Bhargavi Devi. Stage is all yours. Carry on.
Good evening to one and all present here. I'm Bhargavi from the Greek Planet School Mercury campus, grade 10. So I'm going to say about packaging, that is cotton packaging and mushroom packaging. So I took my background as to replace styrofoam and bubble wrap. The problem that I identified is that plastic that we throw is generally going into the seas and oceans, and it is consumed by the marine animals and which cause their death, etc. And we also throw plastic covers and packages that we get from Amazon, etc. onto the roads and in the landfills. Many birds or terrestrial animals suffer by consuming this plastic that we throw. According to my research and data collected, plastic waste pollutes our air, water, and soil. In fact, 1.9 million tons of packaging waste produces the same amount of greenhouse gas as 8,60,000 cars. And according to the graph seen, 448 million tons of plastic was produced in the year 2015, and 161 million tons was used for packaging material, and only 14.6% of it was recycled. Coming to cotton packaging, it is there are many advantages of using this cotton packaging, and as it is a renewable fiber and biodegradable, it is found naturally and can be used repeatedly, giving it a long shelf life than the other materials. Using cotton gives a great opportunity to embellish the product. It can also be customized in many ways. Mushroom packaging. This was first invented in New York. It is created by letting the mycelium grow around clean agricultural waste such as the corns, husks, etc. Over a few days, the fungus fibers bind the waste together, forming a solid shape. Then it is dried to prevent it from growing any further. This mushroom packaging can also be reused to grow plants in it or a plant compost or even for home decor. Mushroom packaging can simply be disposed by just breaking it into pieces and throwing it in gardens or any home gardens which you have. So it gets biodegraded within weeks. Challenges and opportunities of cotton packaging is challenges. It is a natural fiber, so the cost of it is high compared to the bubble wrap, and budget of purchasing cotton as in packaging, we require more amount of cotton. And the opportunities are we can reward the customer with discounts in the next product purchase if they return the cotton packaging, so that we can reuse this for the other packages. Even we can adopt few farmers so that we can directly buy the cotton from them at wholesale market prices. Challenges for mushroom packaging. Mushroom roots take many days to grow and are hard to separate from mushroom. It is fire resistant. It takes time to get manufactured. Opportunities are it is biodegradable. It can be molded into any shape that we want. Not only in the manufacturing units, but it can also be made at home. And as said, it can be used to grow plants and as a home decor also. The working model is for the cotton packaging, as you can see in the slide. First, we take two cotton fabric pieces, and in that we stuff cotton and stitch it all the sides. So if you put any glass item or anything, it doesn't break. And for the mushroom packaging, mycelium is grown in agricultural waste, and then it is molded according to the product. Conclusion. So here our main thing is that we wanted to replace the bubble wraps and styrofoams which are used mostly in packaging. So we came up with an idea of cotton packaging and mushroom packaging. And cotton packaging is high in cost, but it is reusable and it can be replaced. It can replace the plastic packaging. Mushroom cannot be used once. Not only be used once, but it can be reused for composting it into the soil.
Mushroom packaging can be used for various things. Even though we are hard, it is hard to use in daily life. They can be reused and are good for the environment. So let's replace plastic with environmental friendly alternatives to keep our environment clean and clean. Thank you. Now I'm open for the questions.
Thank you, Bhargavi. That was a great presentation. Any questions from the heads over there? Right. Any questions from the student presenters? No, you were busy talking. See, when someone is presenting it, it's the minimum just that we should respect them. It's not that she's last and after a long time she's presenting. Can we have a round of applause for her? It's a great job, right? Can anyone tell me what was the topic? In a word, quickly. Packaging of what? Because you have already heard it 2-3 times, so it's not necessary for us to listen to, right? That was a good idea, my dear. Right, heads. Heads, can I ask you one thing? What was this all about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. But it can be reused again. If it is getting wet also, it gets dried and we can reuse it again for different packaging.
Even if it gets wet, she's going to dry it up. That's what she said, ma'am. She'll dry it and the package also can be dried up and then again it can be reused. That's the main purpose without using a plastic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good, Bhargavi. Keep it up. Nitya, can I have you?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nitya, studying in 10th grade from Mercury campus. Here to present my paper presentation on new gen of 3D printing. We all know plastic is a very convenient yet disastrous product that humanity has made. Plastics take a very long time to degrade. Plastic is everywhere. According to UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, 500 million tons of plastic is produced every year. Putting that into perspective, that's equivalent to the total mass of the human population. Every year, 40 billion plastic pieces of cutlery is thrown away. 5.25 trillion pieces of plastic trash is lying somewhere now on the planet. As it stands now, if the trend is not consciously checked, the message to our future is that we chose convenience over our health. What's the solution, you might ask? The viable solution to this disaster is PLA, polylactic acid. PLA is made from fermented cornstarch. Therefore, it is a bioplastic. Producing 1 kilo of PLA requires 1.62 kilograms of corn grains and 800 grams of corn waste. Normally, plastics release toxic fumes if burnt or incinerated. But in PLA's case, that does not happen. Instead of burning, thermoplastics like PLA liquefy, which allows them to be injection molded and subsequently is easy to get rid of at any industrial facility that handles plastic recycling. It is the most commonly used 3D printing material when it comes to filament deposition and is compatible with most 3D printers using extrusion technology. Some common uses include bottles, plates, biodegradable medical devices, and are expected to degrade in 6 to 12 months. PLA revolutionizes the construction industry too. Constructing, creating, and building simple as well as complex structures and monuments has always been on humans' mind since the Stone Age. 3D printed houses may be the future of construction industry. Affordable housing advocates say 3D printed homes could be a game changer. Study shows that 3D printing helps the construction industry become sustainable and more cost effective. Construction companies around the world have already adopted this method to create cost effective homes. Challenges and opportunities. Challenges. It takes 6 to 12 months to degrade, where other bioplastics take 4 to 5 months. It is slightly expensive. It could exert toxic fumes if disposed of incorrectly. Opportunities. It is versatile and it can blend with various other materials. Easily available, best tensile strength and ductility. Conclusion. PLA has many advantages over other plastics. While PLA is not quite a miracle material, the lack of fossil fuels and lower air pollution in production means it certainly has a place in the future of materials. So don't be drastic, say no to plastic. Thank you. I'm now open for questions.
Well presented, Mithun. Any questions for him? Just a moment, Vani. I have a mic so that it is audible to everyone.
The idea of 3D printing house is very good. How much will that cost?
So in India, it's not really into action, but in America, 3D printed houses are a common method to create cost-effective homes. In US dollars, it's $10,000, which is approximately 8 lakhs. Thank you.
All the appreciations that are very good idea. Let us also have money poured in dollars so that we too can have 3D printing houses. Right, let's move ahead. Last year, take out the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lasya, studying in grade 9 from the Greek Planet School, Mercury campus, and I am here to present my paper presentation. I would like to start by asking a question. How many of you wish to use eco-friendly products in school? Okay, I see quite a few want to do that. Lucky you. Welcome to the next big thing, plantable products. Background. Waste is creating a problem to the environment, which is not recycled or managed in the proper way. So same thing is happening surrounding us. For making seed paper, we can recycle newspaper. For making seed pencil and pen, we can recycle cardboard and plastic to make the capsule and outer packaging. Concept. Seed is the starting point of every idea, every growth, and that is where my idea came from. I believe this idea of plantable products can clean the system and make the world a better place for children. These products can be recycled to grow into something useful. I can say that these products are way better than regular stationery and they may do as cute and sweet gifting options as well. So the next time when consumers plan to purchase single-use papers or pencils, perhaps they will recall the happy hours with soap plants. And these wonderful memories will make customers feel free to be the invisible destroyers to forests and environments. Then this slight change of thought might promote a more sustainable behavior change. Example, choosing products and reducing plastic pollution. In the past several years, companies like Sprout succeeded in introducing seed paper and sustainable pencils to the market. These new products turn waste into new lives. It is estimated that the paper industry accounts for 40% of worldwide industrial deforestation and wood trading. In other words, conventional paper production is a contributor to global warming and sustainable resource uses. Pens and pencils face similar environmental problems. especially for whose materials are 100% of plastics, which will threaten the environments for hundreds of years. Different from traditional stationeries, new types are usually made with eco-friendly materials, example upcycled paper, which does not contain toxic or non-degradable substances. The products that are going to be in the future stationery are seed paper, seed pencil, and seed pen. Seed paper. It is a perfect example of save trees, grow more plants. Very simply put, seed paper is paper with seeds embedded in it. It really is just that. You can simply plant seed paper when you're done, thereby creating less paper waste. Sturdy seeds like carrots, basil, mustard, and tomatoes are the most preferred seeds. Plantable seed paper has no chemicals and therefore safeguard the seed embedded in them. They are eco-friendly and sustainable. Seed pencil and seed pen. Write until it lasts, nurture it, plant it, and watch it grow. Choose eco-friendly and be the change. Process. Our pens, papers, and pencils are an integral part of our daily lifestyle despite the dominance of the digital. Secretly, we are all stationery nerds. It's time to bring our nerdiness to the sustainability arena. Unlike the regular stationery that we use and throw on a daily basis, plantable products can be used and planted, which gives back to the nature. Data collection. It is estimated that over 8 million trees are being chopped annually to produce pencils that we use on a daily basis. Over 13 million hectares of forest are lost to deforestation, out of which 36% is for paper manufacturing and 42% is for manufacturing paper-based products that constitutes about 18 to 20 billion pencils. Moreover, nearly 85 billion tons of paper waste are generated each year and 40% of them end up in landfills. In addition to landfills, 9 billion used pens are thrown away all over the world annually, accounting to plastic accumulation. The journey of seed stationery in India. An interior stylist by profession, Renuka Shah was always interested in eco-friendly products. We researched and came up with the idea of seed paper, she says. It is an eco-friendly brand where Shah has created a small basket of paper products like cards and wrapping paper and pencils that once used can be planted to yield a variety of vegetables, herbs and flowers. Features of seed paper. It is biodegradable, eco-friendly, it is embedded with seeds, made with post-consumer and post-industrial paper waste. Uses of seed paper. Greeting cards, wedding invitations, envelopes, gift wraps, and handmade paper. Features of seed pencil. Made of recycled paper and it is sustainable and biodegradable. It is embedded with seeds. You can look at the image shown here to plan the pen and pencil. Features of seed pen. It is eco-friendly, that is, it's made with recycled paper. It has a seed inside which can be planted and it is 100% plastic free. Here are the challenges and opportunities. If you look at the number of challenges and opportunities, there are more opportunities which makes it a great product. Conclusion. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that I would like to start this step towards eco-friendly living with my school itself, hoping that it reaches across the world. Thank you. And I'm open for questions.
Shall I walk up to you, teachers? Any questions for her? You can move to the middle of the stage. Teachers, are you ready to throw a question for her? No? Lasya, as no one has a question, I have a simple question for you. Is it a new concept?
Not really. It has been started before also.
Okay, it has been started before also. Did we implement this?
Not in our school.
Not in
but
our
in
school
India.
or anywhere else. Did you ever get a paper pen with seeds in it, or paper pencil with seeds in it?
Yes, actually, Kim's produced a few samples of it.
Yes, good. So what did you do with it? Did it reach up to you?
Yes.
Did you plant it?
No, I'm still using it.
Actually, you're still using it. There are few who have chewed it and thrown it away, right? So this is an eye-opener for everyone. Dear children, please don't chew the pencils, wooden pencils, though they taste good. So please do follow what Lasya has stated, and this will really bring out greenery in your area, right? Thank you, Lasya. That was a great thing. Can we have a round of applause? Right, next round. Yes? Stage is yours, my dear.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vanshika Pappal of grade 9 from the Greek Planet School, Mercury, and I am here to present my paper presentation, Toothpaste Tablets. We generally start our day by brushing our teeth, and we brush our teeth with toothpaste. But before 1898, people used to brush their teeth with neem, stems, and coal. Those were more healthy than the toothpaste we use now. The toothpaste we use now have all the harmful chemicals which causes diseases and all the ill effects. By using our regular toothpaste every day, it's just like we ourselves welcoming all the ill effects caused by them. So we need a solution for this, and the solution is toothpaste tablets. I'm going to emphasize more on this. Background. Not only are the toothpaste harmful for us, but they're also harmful for our environment. Now, a question might be rising in your mind. How are the toothpaste tubes harmful to our environment? I will clarify that doubt by answering your question. They are harmful because of the tubes in which they are stored. The tubes are made up of laminates of plastic that come around a thin layer of aluminium, which will protect the flavor and the fluoride in the toothpaste. These tubes take 500 years to decompose and hence cause a lot of pollution. Not only do they cause pollution, but they are also health hazardous. Every year, 1.5 billion tubes end up in landfills and oceans, harming both soil and marine life. On average, it takes 500 years for a toothpaste tube to fully biodegrade in a landfill, meaning that every tube you have used in your whole lifetime would still be there in a big hole in the ground. Every year, 1.5 billion tubes end up in landfills and oceans, harming both soil and marine life. On average, it takes 500 years for a toothpaste tube to fully biodegrade. Aluminium hydroxide can cause seizures, osteomalacia, and encephalopathy. And silica causes human lung carcinoma and can cause serious lung disease and lung cancer. And swallowing large amounts can cause diarrhea, vomiting, and nausea. The disadvantages of plastic are that 1.5 billion to 5 billion toothpaste tubes are discarded worldwide each year, and those tubes end up in landfills, or worse, even in our precious oceans. Australia disregards 60 million tubes a year, USA disregards 90 million tubes a year, and India disregards approximately 2 billion tubes a year. That's a huge amount. In a recent study published in Environmental Science and Technology, research says that microbeads, which are found in our toothpaste, have contributing in major plastic pollutions in oceans, lakes, and even other aquatic habitats. Now we are having these many disadvantages. So there's a reason we need a replacement. And that replacement is toothpaste tablets. These toothpaste tablets might sound very simple, but these are very useful. Toothpaste tablets aren't toothpaste at all. They are made from xylitol, calcium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, tartaric acid, and a few contain fluoride. Many toothpaste tablet brands won't contain fluoride, which is known for preventing cavities, but there is a replacement for it. There are no Ayurvedic toothpaste tablets yet. These toothpaste tablets can be made in homes also. Toothpaste tablets are usually sold in recyclable plastic bottles. They are made from things which we find in an average pantry. And depending on our toothbrushing regimen, one bottle contains 60 tablets will at least last for a month. Challenges and opportunities. The challenges are that many brands don't have fluoride, few are available in glass containers, and Ayurvedic tablets are not yet available, and these are slightly expensive. And the opportunities are that no harmful substances are present in them, they are portable, they are heat resistant, and if you even leave them in your car for 6 to 7 days, they won't melt. They are also sustainable. Process. We can make these toothpaste tablets at home. For that, the ingredients are calcium carbonate, bentonite clay, baking soda, aloe vera gel, stevia drops, copaiba essential oil, spearmint essential oil, and the other things which are needed for mixing. And the steps are, first we have to preheat our oven, then we have to mix 2 tablespoons of calcium carbonate, 1 tablespoon of bentonite clay, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 30 drops of stevia, 10 drops of copaiba essential oil, 10 drops of spearmint, and we have to add aloe vera gel until it becomes like a paste. And then we can pour it into a Ziploc bag, pipe the mixture onto a clean baking sheet and make sure they form droplet-like structures. And then we have to bake them until they are dry. And after baking them, we can just fry them on. Now, here we come to the conclusion. Let's all contribute together and make our houses and world plastic free. As we are now having a solution for toothpaste tubes also. Let's just replace them with these tablets. Let's together change this world. The change starts with you. Thank you. And now I'm open for questions.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let ask. First of all,
thank you so much for introducing the tablet toothpaste. This is first time that I'm hearing this. But one more thing is, I have a question to you. How to use it? Well, we know the paste, we know the tooth powder. First time, experiencing the tablet. It's strange to learn about it.
Well, using these tablets is pretty simple. We will have the normal tablets. Just put them in your mouth and your saliva will break it down. And then wet your regular toothpaste and brush it, and you can just throw it away.
Definitely, I think this is available in the market, right?
Yes, they are available.
I'll try to find it. Thank you so much.
he will make it and demonstrate and give it one set for all. Yeah, you can sell it to people.
Sure.
In this way, you will be an entrepreneur also.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really great one. Thank you. Nice talk, an innovative one. I'm looking at your book. Last but not least, it is Sari, Lakshmi Sari, who is all set to present her.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Lakshmi Saryu from grade 81 Mercury campus. I'm going to present my paper presentation about WIP, Waste Incineration Plant, Solution for Waste Management. It's all about producing electricity from burning waste. The background. The plastic pollutes land. When humans dump waste into landfills, the soil gets damaged. It ruins the fertility of the soil. In addition to this, various disease-carrying insects collect in this area, causing deadly diseases. Landfills also pollute air. Degradation of waste produces harmful gases into the air. The concept of WIP. What does it do? Waste is fuel. The plant doesn't need fuel to run. It runs on the electricity it produces. Power generation. It produces enough electricity to run and to also provide to other grids. Ash bricks. It also contributes to the construction sector. Plant process. How does WIP work? The waste is first collected from households and taken to the plant. The waste is sorted here. The biodegradable waste, which can be turned into compost, will be separated, and the rest of it will be put into a huge container. And all this, the big pieces of waste from this container are shredded in the shredder. And all this will be put into the incinerator with a crane. The waste is here burned with a temperature of 850 to 1000 degrees Celsius. And the heat from the combustion boils water in the boiler, which is above the incinerator. This high pressure steam spins the turbines. Now these turbines are like windmills and they produce electricity. Combustion also produces smoke. So this smoke is filtered and clean air is let out. Ash is produced when combustion takes place. So there are two kinds of ash, bottom ash and fly ash. Bottom ash will be used to build roads and fly ash will be used to make bricks. The cause of WIP is plastic. 79% of the whole world's plastic is let out into the environment and only 9% of it is recycled. We produce tons of waste every year and all this goes into a landfill, polluting underground water. In India, keeping aside waste management, the waste is not even collected. India, being a huge country with huge population, produces a lot of waste and it lacks solid waste management systems. As this project is costly, I divided it into Project Small and Project Big. Project Small will be established in rural areas and Project Big will be established in cities. Project Small will have the capacity of 2000. It will burn 2000 tons of waste with the cost of 1 crore, an area of about 150 to 200 square feet. Project Small extension is for in case investors don't come up. The cost of this will be 25 lakhs, capacity of 500, and the area of 100 square foot. Both of these are pilot projects. Project Big, on the other hand, will have the capacity of 5,000 to 10,000, will cost 10 to 20 crore, with the area of 10 to 15 acres. Project Small will need land, funding, and technology. Project Big will need approvals, a techno team, sales and accounts team, along with the others. Here's the SWOT analysis of the plant. The strengths are, we reduce the volume of waste, we reduce the dependency on landfills, and we save the environment. Weakness or challenges, it's a costly process and it needs a huge area. There are no competitors, so we have good opportunities, and there are no threats as of now. The people who will be involved in this project is a strategic team who will work on technology, funding, and approvals, an operational team working on plant maintenance and production, a development team working on sales, partnership, and expansion. Our project will make energy out of waste. And so choose incineration to save the world. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
The mic is all yours, sir. I am not agreeing one point in your speech. Opportunity, you said no competitors. I am doing the same thing, you are my competitor. You did every damn thing, how many acres, what is the cost, what are the people, everything, you are my competitor.
Proposal, sir. So my girl is actually writing a project. I mean, anyone can purchase that and get into innovation. If there are investors, she's calling for them.
It is not the sponsor. She said broken into small, medium, big, and big like a report for a big government. It's not for people. It's for the government. Very well done. Very well presented. Very good. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Well said. I should appreciate myself for saying that last but not the least. Yes, though she was last, but she has had plenty of appreciation. So she deserves one more round of applause. Yeah, now when I take this, you all, I need not tell that we are all human beings. Yes? So now you all these sorts of sounds were to be heard. Amma, you're right. Can we do all this without speaking? Yes, you can do it. How you cannot do it? Your pillow does not absorb your tears when you don't want to let it know to anybody. If you're very happy, you don't want anybody to know about it, do you not keep your happiness within yourself? How can you do that? How can you do it? See, don't leak out the answers when you know it. Give a chance to someone else. Yes. Who taught this mind to us? Now, but I can teach you. I can pretty well teach you also. Yes, rightly said. We have Charlie Chaplin with us with so many quotes, right? Your tears should be to yourself. Because as I have been also guided stating that when the opposite person does not value it, there's no point crying in it, right? So when is the best time when Charlie Chaplin loved it? It is only in the rain when his tears would not be seen by someone else, right? Right? So Charlie Chaplin is a great motivator for us, and he is the one who had brought the ideology of mind to us. And here we have the students of TCPS Venus to present the same to us. Let's give a round of applause and children, please don't come up onto the stage. Certain preparations are in process, so still the suspense is awaited. Maybe it will also go in a bang for all of us.
Listen.
Stop pollution. That is the resolution.
Thank you, children, for a beautiful message which you have put across. And now request our chairman, sir, to address the gathering.
Good evening, all the participants, today, guest speaker, parents, teachers, everybody. So, I'm very happy that you have chosen a very good subject for today's symposium, and it is the need of the hour. But as our chief guest told, when we have so much problem with plastics, why the government is not banning manufacturing of the plastic. This is the first thing what we have to think of. Without plastic, can't we survive? We can survive. Why should we purchase the headache? And why should we struggle for this? This is the thing, but which is not in our hands. The issue is with the politicians and the bureaucrats. All these people, they should take a call, and how it should be done. The usage of wastage. Previously, we were able to tell how to address these wastages. And when the quantities are very less, simply we ignored about all these things. And today you take any industry like our project, the biomass, our projects are there, all agricultural waste can be used for producing the power, and which is harmless for the public, and which generates economy, money to the all the farmers who are living in the villages, but the government is not bothered. See, the policy has been taken almost 20 years back for this production of biomass energy. But today, and most of the plants are closed. So why is it? Mainly because of the policies. They must encourage when they want to see this pollution by way of this generating the power with coal. And when you are able to produce the coal with biomass, and why it is not being encouraged? The policies are there. And when it is, see, it's going to generate a lot of money for the villages. But why it is stopped? So much, for that there is a one wing is there in the central government, but there is no encouragement. For every thing you see there as the children, just it is all theory. This theory was there from the beginning. But for when it comes for implementation is concerned, the main thing is the volume. Suppose see, previously the plastic was also there, but it is very negligible quantity. See, today even any municipality, you can see lakhs of tons dumps are there. And since just one of my relation, he was struggling to get the permission to use this municipal waste to use in the power plants. But he is not able to get even not only the for the production of the power, but even you can use as a compost, which is most useful, the organic manure for the plants, for agriculture. But that is also not being encouraged. See, a city like Delhi, our capital, if you see those dumps, it is, see, whether the politicians are there or the scientists are there, is the bureaucrats, what they are doing, it is just we must shoot them. This is what I feel. See, millions of tons is dumps are there. But why can't we use when there is a requirement to produce the power, and even this manure you can produce, which is more useful for the country. But anyhow, what I want to tell the children, tomorrow you are going to become the scientists, politicians, or bureaucrats, all these things. So think about when, see, today you are telling all these things. When you become a scientist or a politician or a bureaucrat, what should be done for the public? How to save the environment. That see, soon after you become a politician, you forget everything. And if somebody is doing a business, if these politicians, they want to start that business. The system is too bad in India. It is very sad to say, being an Indian, These people are behaving like this. So today they have a lot of things. They see once upon a time, just maybe even 25, 30 years back, the crushers were very less. The stone is being crushed and for using the building material and dust, what we get is just they were throwing on the road, just by the side of the road, which was not being used. Today, that is the scarce product because that is being, you see, the science is there already. Minister of Surface Transport, these things are there, it can be used as a sand, but they were not using previously. Now, when this sand is becoming scarce, then they started thinking. Now that the dust becomes a scarce product. Like that, just today, the fly ash. If you see any power plant where the coal is burnt and you are getting a fly ash that is only 3%. So that was being wasted. And there was a problem how to store those fly ash. Today that becomes a scarce product because people started thinking and it is being used for the road construction, it is being used for the fly ash bricks, it is being used for even agriculture purpose. See, if you use the fly ash, one tractor load of fly ash, if you spread on a 1 acre land, it has got lot of micronutrients which gives more yield in the agriculture production. So like that, you see, when the volumes are there, now people started thinking, you see, previously they were thinking how to see where to dump these waste. Today it is not the case. But every wastage what we were thinking, today it is becoming scarce. So now, except human body, everything is being used. But nowadays, now the science, now people they are willing, and even before you die, if you give a certificate, then a lot of people can be saved by donating the organs. You know, when we are going, there is nothing, you can't stop it, but you have to accept for that. But people has got the sentiment. What sentiment we don't know. Within no time he is going to become ash. Huh? But people don't accept. So now there is nothing waste. Now all the what we thought of thinking that those wastes are being used for the purpose of public or for manufacturing anything. So this is the future. And now not only that, see, one should think about savings. See, when you are spending something, if you save, that is also environmental friendly. Because whenever I enter into my room in my office, I switch on my lights. Before I leave, I switch off. But how many people are doing, I don't know. So you see, when you are saving energy, that you are just to see saving the nation. See, everybody must have, as if you are at when you are in an office, you must think it is your own house. You are saving for yourself. So that means that you are saving for the nation. So that is a lot of savings is always earnings, and that is reducing the pollution. So thank you very much for this symposium. Very good knowledge. Every children, now I'm looking at them, the way how they are explaining, that is what is going to be useful for their future. And they don't have any fear. That is what I always telling. Let them teach in the classroom also. They should not have any fear complex in the classroom while teaching. So these things, whether it is useful for their future, they by conducting all these things. But this will help. They're just to see at least their fear complex will go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
May I request Jayashree ma'am to take over from here?
And so I think, today, as I started, that today is a great day, 28/02/2022, will not be forgotten, right? So before I start off with, I'll just give the closing remarks because, so this symposium today, I think we have seen several presentations. May I request our Vice Chairman, Sir, Shri Pandurangachari Garu, to kindly come on to the desk.
Good evening, one and all. Our guest speaker, our chairman, managing director, teachers, and everybody who are presenting, and our beloved students. What today I witness here is a very good. It is the fortune to me that they have showcased the talents by the way the symposium has been held, the way they have showcased their use of plastic and reuse of plastic and recycling of plastic and above all, say no to plastic. It's a very good and I am very delighted by seeing, by showcasing their talent, by expressing their views, and by getting what they have done. I think that it is not done in a one month. A lot of hard work they have been done with the help of their parents, their mentors, teachers, and everybody. So I thank one and all who has helped the students to present their what you say no to plastic. Anyway, I think there are 50 to 60 exhibitors up there, and each one they have showcased their talent and the way they are being polished by our mentors and our teachers. It is really appreciable. And here in Symposium, about I have seen some 12, 13 students who has come over the stage and they have explained how the things has to be better to be done. And as our guest lecturer, our Dr. Srinivas, what he has showcased, what he has elaborated, the plastic and other things, is very appreciable. And one has to be thinking about all these things. Anyway, since whatever Chairman Sir has told, that it has to be done by the chairman, by the government, or by the authorities like that. Anyway, somewhere it has to be started. So here our students are getting into this type of discussion, and they have made something like they have showcased. I think that they might have been taken from the Google or somewhere else, but they have used their talent to showcase all these things. I thank one and all, and the hard work shown by the student, each and everyone. I blessed them with more such works and to showcase their talents like this case, so that it may go to the government who thinks that okay, we have done all these years, wasteful thing. Now we have to be for the benefit of the people who have worked it out. So I thank one and all who has organized this symposium, and I especially made a thank to our this Venus campus principal Thakurji, and my special thanks to our chairman who has in the front line for these things, and he never lagged behind in expenditure to showcase the students' talent. And our young, dynamic managing director, Narendra Prasad, who has always been enthusiastic with this type of working, and our school head and our academic heads, all of them, my special thanks to all of them. And especially to the students.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And children, I think you're super, super lucky, because when I was of your age, I never got this, getting blessings from someone, like Vice Chairman, sir. Okay, that's why I said, as I started earlier, 2802-2022 will be a day for you to remember. You will cherish this, because these abstracts, I don't know how many of you are going to get into research, but then yes, please do have the scientific temper. Please do look around for things. I mean, you have proved that ages, cannot stop something. Age cannot stop somebody to think. And sir, all this started with a project which was given in the school. That's how, it has started. And it is not just the Google research, just that, because from there, that is how they started their research. But then, yes, they are not so very grown up to get into the technical research part of it. But I wish at least some of them get into, research and, inculcate scientific temper in them. On that note, we had a lot of exhibit presenters outside. We had, the paper presenters, 22 paper presenters here, and around 150 exhibit presenters outside on both the sides. Okay, so there is one good news for all of you, especially the exhibit presenters, that all the children from the Creek Planet schools, okay, will be visiting. We will have this arena put up, okay, and children from all the schools, right from grade 1 to 10, will be visiting all your exhibits, okay, and you will get to explain all of them. So give a pat on your back. And our MD sir has actually agreed for this. We'll do this sometime later, because we need to reopen schools. Yes, we are reopening the schools on 4th of March, but then we'll give it a time, because we are coming back after a long gap. Okay, so when that happens, we'll have to take it a little slow. So eventually we will get this done, and all of you will get to visit the exhibit area. Okay, we park that there. And what is it that we have got today? You have got an open invite today from Dr. Our guest speaker, Dr. Sridhar, Dr. Srinivas Garu. I think you need to thank him, because getting to see a plant, getting to see how things done. Yes, and I will take it from our chairman sir also. Theory is theory. Theory is not practical. Theory must be converted into practical, so that it can be applied. Or when it comes to application, that is where we actually come into challenges. But yes, when we are looking at something, we will have to foresee, anticipate. These could be the challenges, these could be the opportunities, and which is what you were actually exploring into your paper presentation. Well, that was a fantastic job, and all those 37 students who were here with their visual, what do you call it, as presentations also, via the culturals. All of you also, you have done a very, very fantastic kind of job. So one big round of applause to all of you. In the end, why did we actually have this at all? Today being the National Science Day, It's a great honor for anybody who is actually having this kind of, scientific temper to be getting into a symposium of this kind. Okay, so all of you will not leave these thoughts here. You will have to take it further. You will have to take it further. Some of you may get into different professions, but the thought will always be there. The thought to do good for the society must always be there. If that is there behind your mind, believe me, you will always be getting into things. Do not stop. Do not stop because the government does not do. Do not stop because people does not support. Do not stop because somebody stops you. Nothing can stop you. If you really want to see change, if you want to be the change maker, be the change that you are. Unless and until you are going to be the change that you are, you can never ever make change. Not told by me, by our own father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Right? So then, I want to see each one of you as a change maker. And if some of you, at least some of you, get inspired, sir, I think you will definitely agree with me. And if you are getting into research, because this is a huge subject. And at this age, if you could gulp so much of it, I think kudos to all of you. You've done a fantastic job and outstanding contribution to your teachers. Wonderful job and wonderful teaching. From the time that we first heard, from the time that the first abstract was read, until now, there's a lot of change. That change is there. Now coming to the policy level. Yes, we need support of all. There are certain things which you, me, or one alone cannot, one or each person cannot do. So we have to take it as a policy level, which is why we had our invitees and our guests also from the policy level. Okay, they are the policy makers. But then, because owing to the day that today is, and the kind of schedule that they have, they could not make it. But certainly, you will hear it from many experts, many experts like sir. Okay, you will get this opportunity. You'll also get to go places. Whenever there is any opportunity, I'm telling you, if you take a back step, then you're gone. The minute the opportunity comes, if you jump into an opportunity only, you will be able to take it. The one who gets frightened of the first opportunity and take a back step, he's gone. Because the first step has to be taken any which ways, someday or the other. But that can't be today. Risk will always be there. Risk is definitely there. So we will see how these can be reaching to the policy level. These little abstracts, if we can get them published or something like that, and then if this can be, submitted or not, we will look at that. But at the moment, what I wanted to tell all of you is, in that song, you were all singing that, that you have taken a resolution. You were saying, no. It's not just that, but I think we are for a plastic-free school. And what is it that school students can do with this symposium? Or what is the aim and objective? One of these objectives stand that, we from here, you from here, stand as representatives of change makers and see. Now you know, among the 4 R's, which R is most important? Which R is more important? Reduce what? What should be reduced? I can hear little voices. Reduce plastic, all kinds of plastic. What are the different? Sorry? Single-use plastic. Fantastic. So that is what you are going to reduce on. Acha, next question. What would you not produce or lessen or decrease the production? Okay. So what will we use? We have seen a lot of alternatives today during the paper presentation. We have seen mushroom. We have seen, I think, from cactus. There were a lot of alternatives that were discussed. Banana peels. So let's look at these alternatives and try to bring in them. So I would request all of you, let us join for this fight against plastic and create. I mean, we have mentioned there out also, like green creek. So green creek, not just in terms of the greenery, but also in bringing the green elements to the thing, so that we are really sustainable. And if you have really heard what sir was saying, he also spoke about the circular economy. That is also very important, because what goes out is what comes in, right? Okay. And the EPR, yes, those things will be in places. The policy level matters, but Let us now take the first step. And so I would request all of you to kindly raise from your seat and just stand for a minute, please. Can you please stretch your right hand? If you said that you have taken a resolution, then pledge it. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready to repeat? Yes. Then say, I say your name. From today onwards, will be contributing in the green economy by working on all the 4 R's of what? Okay, thank you so much. Please be seated. So more or less, I think, it's a movement, and any movement should start somewhere. You or I, somebody should take the leader. Don't wait for somebody to come. Somebody else is not going to come, right? Okay. Now what we do is, this we close this year. We will see how we can take it to the next level. Okay. Until then, we rest the topic here and let it be in our head, okay, and in our hearts to do something good. Okay. Thank you so much. And may I now request Kim Jones now? May I request the management members of FEI to come on the day so that we can felicitate our guest speaker of the day. Sir. Sir, Dr. Srinivas sir, I'm so thankful because yesterday when we spoke, you said 1 o'clock you have a meeting, from there you will start, you will come here, and 3 o'clock he said he wanted to. I said, sir, please, little time, it will be very nice. Then he said 3:30, madam. Then again, after coming here, after going through all the stalls and others, I said, sir, 3:30 you want to go? Then sir said, madam, I will try to stay as much as possible. After a while, sir said that, no, I will be staying. I want to go and visit all this. That is passion. If you have a his childhood, he was talking about his university, he was talking about, so that means those days. So children, that is how, elders feel when they see young children. What we could not do, if you are getting it, we feel very, very happy for you. What we could not do at that age, you must do. At least you must do. Right? Thank you so much for this valuable time, sir. Thank you very much. And for the complete insights. Waste management, I think, let them see and learn. And from there, I think, we can see what can be done in every house, what can be done in the school. I'm going to come around and see how many of them are going to still carry what kind of bottles and what kind of boxes and, use plastic. Okay.
So nostalgic. Really thankful to all of you, especially ma'am. The chairman's speech. I was so like, no, I want to actually ask you my point to say what he said. Please remember, all of you, at least many of you, may become entrepreneurs, may become policymakers, may become scientists, may become bureaucrats. But don't become like today people. You stand on what your teachers told you, what your chairmen have told you. So please see that you do a good job. Make use of that your message is so strong to that, and you need this. You have to give it back to the nation. So glad to be here today. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you very much. by one. He's not in hurry. It's all from his heart he spoke. That is what I observed. What is the difference? He wants to tell something, the message is great people you are all.
And now I hand over the mic to the school authorities. May I request the Vice Principal of the school, Ms. Preeti Biswal, to kindly take over.
Thank you, ma'am. Gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul. A very good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of TCPS Venus Campus, I, Preeti Biswal, would like to express my sincerest gratitude to our respected guest, Dr. Srinivas Keswarapu, member of Expert Advisory Committee in the Department of Science and Technology, for the gift of your time and words of your wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you for being with us today, sir. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chairman, Shri Volineni Sinaya Garu, esteemed Vice Chairman, Shri T. Pandurangachari Garu, MD, Shri Narendra Edubuganti Garu, and all other SMT members for the honor of your presence to grace this august occasion. It requires a planning and an eagle's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by our respected academic head, Dr. Jayashree Nair, for her unstinted support throughout this entire journey. I mentioned my deep sense of appreciation to all the principals for extending their support during this entire venture. I would like to thank all the parents for being with us this evening. It has been a great pleasure. A special thanks to our respected principal sir, Mr. Soumitra Singh Thakur, for working hard and ensuring all tasks were carried out flawlessly. The entire team relied upon you, sir. Behind this successful program lies the manifold effort of our committed science team from various campuses across FEI for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. We are grateful to all the mentors and non-teaching staff who have helped us in making this program a success. I extend a big thanks to our art team and for their exceptionally good designing skills. Special kudos to all the students from various campuses across FEI for their efforts and hard work. 3 big cheers to them. Thank you all once again. I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे